the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in Malayo. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, scale of 1 to 10. How are we doing? There are no wrong answers. The energy is ridiculous right now. It's okay. We're going to talk about it. There's a lot happening. All right. I want everybody to chill out. Okay. Let's talk about what is going on energetically right now. I tried to tell you that we could anticipate this. All right. I'm going to walk you guys through this very slowly. Make sure that we're following along. In order to go forwards, we got to go backwards. All right. What happened? I'm going to tell you right now. Ever since that full moon, right? Ever since that full moon. All right, let me walk you guys through it again. Okay, it's not the full moon. The full moon is a red herring here. Okay, the full moon is a red herring. I don't want you to be blaming the full moon on anything right now. Okay, we got to talk about all the stuff that was happening around that full moon. Okay. I'm going to go through it again. The litany of grievances on stuff that was happening right at the same time that we had that full moon in Capricorn during Cancer season. Now you have to understand, okay, and we talk about this, Capricorn full moons are often about the observation of carrying trauma. It's the stuff that we have to carry that we don't want to carry, but yet we must carry it, right? What is trauma? Like that's the shape of trauma. Being like, it's not my stuff, gotta carry it, right? Like, there you go. Like, that's what gets us so enervated about trauma. It's the fact that we never asked for it in the first place. But lo and behold, there it is. And then here's the worst part about trauma. It's like, you gotta carry it, because if not, you avoid it, it just becomes more trauma, right? This is what we effectively have to navigate. And I'm just telling you right now, we got full moon in Capricorn in Cancer season. What does that mean? Cancer it's a very revealing house, right? Things come up. It's about shedding the ego to find a better ego underneath the ego, right? It's working through the energetic carapace of self to find the truer self. And then, it's a continual working of energetically shedding those layers. But when we've got the Capricorn energy, we got that Capricorn full moon energy in Cancer season, right? It can feel like harsh reveals, right? It can feel like moments or situations by which one feels very energetically exposed, right? Like something hitting you like straight in the vulnerability, okay? We're going to start there. That was the equivalency point of what it felt like to go through that full moon. Now, to add to that, right? If that wasn't enough, on top of that energy, what did we also see was happening? Okay? And this is where you got to pay close attention. Because almost at the same exact time, right? At the same exact time that we had that full moon going into Capricorn during Cancer season, what moved? Jupiter moved into Leo, right? And that is the observation of situations or circumstances wherein one does not recognize or realize one's own strength, right? And that is that and here's the thing, and this is the thing I got to describe. This is the one thing, like, and we're going to talk a bit about this, okay? Because there are aspects of Jupiter being in Leo that I like, okay? There's aspects of Jupiter and Leo that are wonderful, absolutely beautiful as it relates to finding bravery, as it relates to confidence, as it relates to self-esteem, good stuff. However, the one thing we have to be very, very, very conscientious of, the thing we have to be very conscientious of when we got Jupiter in Leo is not recognizing or realizing one's own strength. Okay? And especially given the fact that Jupiter is coming out of Cancer into Leo, okay? Because I told you, we were talking about this, that when you think about it from the perception, like when you think about what is Jupiter in Cancer like? Jupiter in Cancer is like the anchor that like plumbs the depths of the self, right? And Leo, right? Leo is all the strength it takes to tow it back, right? Leo is all of the energy that it takes to find energetic composure, right? It's working through a lot of that experience and it's frustrating, right? And you want to put like sometimes when you're feeling something, you want to put a lot of energetic force upon things, right? And that's often what one has to be conscientious of, right? And I'll tell you right now, and at the same time, right, if we don't have all of that happening, so that was all happening during that full moon, because that's not enough, just the icing on the cake, the little cherry on top of all of that energy that we're talking about, Mercury goes into retrograde. But I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not so worried about this Mercury retrograde. I was telling you, I was more worried about the pre-shadow period, right? I was more worried about Mercury being in the pre-shadow period during all of that occurring. Because I'll tell you right now, the thing is, and this is what I also don't like. I also don't like it where anyone we have this false perception of always being like, boo, retrogrades. Not all retrogrades, it's like not all retrogrades are alike, right? Don't put a stereotype on retrogrades, okay? Like don't be stereotyping. You're like like there's nothing stereotypical about retrograde energy, particularly and especially with a Mercury retrograde in Cancer, okay? Because a Mercury retrograde in Cancer is often working on like things slowing down in the realm of the feelings so that one can feel better, right? Like sometimes it's like it's working into that. And then you'll sometimes see this like and this is why I'm going to tell you, I won't be surprised if what we're going to go through during this period is a lot of deep diving, but also a lot of healing, right? A lot of feelings. It's like, and I'm going to tell you right now, like this type of energy, if you've been trying to this is why we talk about don't suppress things, because like the thing about it, and you have to understand this, whenever you're suppressing a feeling, it's only a matter of time, right? Like that's the thing about it. We're no longer, I keep on reminding you guys, we're no longer in Pluto in Capricorn, right? Because Pluto in Capricorn is like, don't open that drawer. Why? Because I keep my feelings there. Right? Like, and I like to point this out. Like that's like Pluto in Capricorn is don't go in there, and Pluto in Aquarius is come out wherever you are. It's like it's a conversation that we have that the things that we suppress often become the things that we can't contain because we don't like suppression does not give us conversation. It doesn't give us integration, right? It's like it creates a lot of that uncontainable energy. So I'm just bringing that all up right now, okay? Because we're gonna be. I think things will be a little bit smoother when like Jupiter and Mercury and everybody gets over into Leo. But like until that happens, just make sure any of those feelings that are coming up, don't be suppressing. Like talk it through, walk it out. Remember that it allows, right? Like often those moments by which we have, and I want to point this out, sometimes missteps prevent stumbles. Okay? And I want you to think about that. And when you understand what I mean by that, then you understand that's and that's what I mean about don't be all mean. Like don't get all twisted up about Mercury in retrograde energy. Okay? because I need to point it out, and I always bring this up whenever we're going through Mercury retrograde. A Mercury retrograde does not break things, it fixes them. But sometimes, right? Sometimes the Mercury retrograde puts pressure on things that need mending. Now, as this relates to what's going on with the different energies in relationship right now, I'm going to just show you the cards and we'll kind of go from there because, I thought that the yesterday's read was very, very balanced. It was all about a healthy scale. A lot of Libra energy here, I'm going to point out, and I'll show you why. I've still got them on the table. Okay. We started with that. We had the King of, here we go. We got the King of Cups here in its reversal. And what do we have on the opposite side here? We got the Empress, okay? But you also have to understand that we've also had in that top row the High Priestess in its reversal. And I don't mind seeing a High Priestess in its reversal because you have to understand a High Priestess is a High Priestess. I don't care what direction the High Priestess is in. And in fact, the thing about it is the High Priestess in its upright sometimes has a quality of being a little too tight-lipped about things, okay? There's something to pay attention to. And there's a harmonization point between a high priestess in its reversal and an empress, right? Which is like, this is the observation. This is the conversation that says, right? This is actually a healthy balance, which is not the space by which one articulates upon everything or anything, but the understanding of being able to address what we effectively articulate can be addressed, right? It allows the context by which we're able to work through something in a way that we haven't necessarily conceived before, or the way that we haven't necessarily thought about it. So we see here that for a lot of this energy, working through those experiences or working through those modalities, right? This is the conversation that says when we are building into healthy conversation, the first conversation we have is with the self. And so that's what we see a lot of the energy and solitude doing right now. Having those healthy conversations work through this in the self, working things out. But here's the thing that's beautiful about it, right? Working things out, but not suppressing, right? Working things out, but not suppressing, right? Addressing and processing. That's what I see with these two cards, addressing and processing, right? The ability to do both, right? The ability that, and this is what we see, right? The ability to effectively articulate upon something becomes fortified when it's clear that we have done the inner work on the self. So we've got that happening there. And so that work is what is effectively shaping the nature of the strength relationships that are coming together right now. And a lot of these strength relationships, bearing in mind that these strength relationships have been coming together since the time of that Taurus new moon that we had in May up until the present, either that is the work that individuals are doing internally, understanding that that healthy centering is how we find, right? How we find healthy energetic counterpart, because it allows us to be able to see what is outside of the self and articulate upon whether what we see before us is in the shape of our need or the addressing of our need being met, or these are new relationships that are forming, that are doing hard part first, right? These are not relationships by which they're not beating around the bush, right? They're not circling the hedgerow. They're just getting very specific in relationality to what they're energetically looking for. And that also has to do with the fact that when you see all the planets right now in Aries, especially with Saturn there, right? They're honoring each other's time. They're being respective of it by being conservational to it, by being very clear upon what those needs are and how to effectively facilitate upon them appropriately. So healthy communication that is identifying direction. Now, what do we have coming through right now for the energy that's moving deeper into divine union? Those were specifically those world relationships. And you'll recall that the world relationships were coming together between the time of that new moon in Taurus all the way back towards when we had that Capricorn new moon, which was back in January, earlier this year. These relationships are going through an activation point, potentially and especially as it relates to manifestation goals. And why do we see a lot of those relationships working into the manifestation goals? Because those are the energies that are recognizing and understanding the power of mutual manifestation. And you'll recall for some of these relationships, right? That ability of being able to articulate upon their energetic desire is what is effectively stoking that fire. It's allowing for the space by which something is moving with even more determination because they're not doing it in a vacuum, right? And it's not easy. There's potentially a lot of vulnerability there, right? But it's the healthy, it's the healthy vulnerability, right? Because they're working through, right? They're working through the process of that vulnerability. And what are they finding on the other side of it? They're finding treasure, right? And it's not easy because, and I'm going to say even now, it's not the fact that there aren't some of those stumbles that we see, but I keep on getting, it's the ability to effectively help facilitate, right? It's like they're stumbling and they're finding, right? They're finding those, instead of stumbling, they're finding trustful moments, right? Instead of having those moments or situations by which they themselves feel overly focused or overly pressured, right? They're identifying, an energetic relationship by which another is there to effectively help build supportive architecture. So there's something very beautiful about that, specifically because, but I also see there's something about that in energy where there may be a lot of feelings that are coming up, and a lot of feelings that are coming up in relationality to discovering what was energetically missing in relationality to situations or circumstances by which they potentially were in relationships in the past where they felt like they had to hold the whole world up. Now that brings us to those moon relationships. And the moon relationships were coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon that we saw in January, leading into when the Uranus first went retrograde back in early September of last year. I gotta describe for some of these relationships, these moon relationships right now, things are speeding up for world partnerships. Things are slowing down for the moon relationships. And the reason I'm seeing that things are slowing down for those moon relationships is they're discovering a new phase that they didn't even realize existed before, right? They're moving through, I keep on hearing, they're moving through an anomalous new phase. And what's wild about that is even in the context by which they're moving through that, it has a lot to do with being in a relationship, right? In being in a relationship in a very strong, stabilized counterpart connection, right? Because it's the space by which, right? And I want to describe this. It's not the fact that there isn't potentially some shadow work coming up there, but being able to see their own shadow work clearly, right? Being able to effectively identify their own tendencies versus the tendencies of others, right? It's like the know thyself that's taken into the highest degree, because a lot of that understanding of the knowledge of the self is what is shaping the ability to arrive into a new phase of partnership. And a lot of that work that we energetically see that's occurring there, it's not easy, right? There's a lot of, like, look, there's a lot of feelings coming up right now across all of the frequencies. But the feelings that we see that are coming up in those experiences have to do with the shape and nature of what they have had to energetically deal with. And a lot of the work by which they're navigating that is working into the context that a healthy ego is effectively a healthy sieve. And one of the reasons that we build into energetic trust upon one another is when we have that healthy sieve, right? Because it's the observation of recognizing and identifying something that we effectively are working through versus something that we need energetic help with. So that is the work that they themselves navigate as they proceed to do so, but also the gift that they effectively give to others through the work of the self. And I feel like even in the space by which they're doing that, it may feel like, I keep on seeing, it may feel energetically clumsy. It may feel, even in the space by which they're doing it, a little disproportionate. But the beauty of it is they're identifying and recognizing what it feels like to have a supportive environment. I feel like that's the phase that they're coming into, like the phase of recognition of understanding a supportive environment around the self by which things become energetically possible. Right? So that in itself, I keep on seeing feels surreal, but it's surreal. I keep on hearing it's surreal for the best reason, right? Because it's working through the fact that they never necessarily had that before, but also going through a lot of the feelings that may come up in the process. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, July 16th. I kept on saying 17th. None of you corrected me. Okay. July 16th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards of the minor arcana. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You'll also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we're navigating. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we'll meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But go let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everybody just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read shortly. However, we always have priority here. We've got 4 individuals who have priority reads today. If anybody else wants to get on the list to be first to be read for after the daily collective, you will be the first one on the list. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. For those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, welcome. You can also get on our list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. Please remember that your paid membership there entitles you to the same benefits that you can find over on the Clock app. How are you doing today, Jay? Thank you for those gifts. I appreciate you. And if you're on the hold list, all you need to do is let me know the date that you're on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. I love when you're first, Avatar. Good to see you. Grand Rising, dear. And thank you so much. I'm surprisingly well, but I think I thrive in intensity. I have a feeling that this energy might be close to what you were born in. I'd be curious as to where I'd be curious as to where your Mercury rests. Yeah, Ronald, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising, Ivana. Hi there, Janae. How you doing today? Rich Rising. Hi there, Alchemist. Periods of recession are healthy. Infinite growth is not. Tap to claim. Yep, everything in proportion. Hi there, Avatar. Regina, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Estevan. How you doing today? Good to see you, and thank you for those beautiful gifts, Ivana. Good to see you as well. Hi there, Ghost Bunny. I'm afraid a dream interpret. You have to understand, Ghost, and those who are here probably know this. So when I do the dream interpretations, they often take significantly more time than my other readings. I wish there was a situation or circumstance by which I could tell you that I could read for it for free, but it's not. I have to stress to you that the dream interpretation readings I do are not only are they most time intensive, but they're also the most energetically intensive because I have to read over the dream and then I have to interpret all of the aspects of the dream. There's no context by which I can cut corners. So I'm afraid I can't do that reading for free. I will tell you that what I do offer here is I do offer one card readings for super fans. I can draw a card related to the dream, but you have to understand it's because of the energetic intensity. And those who've had my dream interpretations I'm sure will advocate will attest to this. It's because of the time and the thoroughness of them. It requires there to be an energetic exchange. I hope you understand that. That said, you don't have to necessarily be here to receive a reading. We're also going to be doing a daily collective on masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy today. And I will tell you that often those energy updates give us insights as to what's going on in the dream space. So I would encourage you to stay here because and also I'll tell you too, the guides often know when we're not in the space by which we have the means to afford a reading. So it's not uncommon, and this is why we call the readings here donations, for a reading that one person is able to receive that is able to help another person on their journey. I hope that helps. Hi there, Shelby. I need to point out, Yeshua, I feel like Yeshua was doing very similar to what I'm doing here. I'm not sure why you're articulating. I think that it's very, very condescending for you to assume that you know what the Lord has in mind for any of us. That's you moving into the space of the false prophet, right? Because you're effectively trying to speak. You're trying to speak for the Lord, right? I just want to point that out. That's literally you embodying a false prophet. Absolutely. Hi there, dear. Hi, Kath. Good to see you. I've got you on the list today. Yep. And Ghost Bunny, I need to ask you to please not repeat the same question over and over. It's not conducive to those who are trying to communicate in the chat space. Thank you. Absolutely. We haven't started the collective yet, Kath. We're about to get started on personals. Oh, I'm so glad you like those recaps, Avatar. Oh, wait, you guys get to pick the wardrobe for the Heart Me? Oh, that's so cute. I didn't know that. Strong woman, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You looked at the calendar twice. Why did you say something? I was like, wait. Yep, I did put it on the current list. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. 11:11, tap to claim. I was like, dang, my days have been off anyways. I can be Monday. Absolutely. How are you doing today, Avatar? Riding this wave? I feel like sometimes the only way out is through. I get that, Carrie. Good to see you today. I'm doing well today, Yasin. How are you doing? I'm doing well, Yvonne. How are you doing? How you doing today? Absolutely. Welcome, Genevieve. Excellent. I don't think that you are concerned about my eternal soul, Regina. It seems like you're casting judgment on it, which means that you're looking at something from a point of judgment and condescension, which are effectively not healthy ways to be. So I hope that you find the healing that you seek, truly. And again, more advocated. I like the fact that someone said they were concerned about my soul and then proceeded to say feelings mean nothing. Okay. I need to point out too, Evil, I actually have a movement called Tarot Church. Nothing I found in the tarot is antithetical to a religious or spiritual practice. In fact, being able to read the tarot will probably move one closer towards it. If you'd like to learn more about that, you're welcome to head over to my stack. So again, I apologize for the fact that it seems like you're coming here with preconceptions and predispositions based upon, I'm not sure what you've seen, but hopefully something that you find here helps to alleviate those misconceptions. Martin Martez, don't be afraid. Thank you, JB, for the appreciate it. Hi there, James. Yesterday's read was amazing. Oh, you're so welcome. Don't talk about your life like that. You got one life. It's beautiful and blessed, and it's yours alone. There's been no life here that isn't yours. Don't speak love into your life, okay? You're allowed to stay, but I'm not going to take you talking about your life like that here. Okay? I won't stand for it. Absolutely. So JB, we do one card pulls for those who are paid members each day. You get a free one card pull if you're a paid member. So if you'd like to become a paid member, I'm happy to draw one card for you when the time comes. And whenever you become an instant super fan or paid member, you automatically get that card. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Daff. I don't even understand what that means, Ihaz. And I think that there's something I think that's very very stereotypical and prejudiced to make a determination in that way. You know, I'd have to point out the beauty of the tarot is that there's no one that can claim provenance on it. And I think that that is why we identify it to a certain extent as one of the highest divine gifts. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, JB. You have a great day. Absolutely. You know, Ava, I've had a lot of people coming to me saying that the sleep right now is very difficult. A lot of that has to do. A lot of it has to do. I mean, you know, with what's going on astrologically, but also, I need to stress like typically Cancer season is good for our sleep space, but you have to understand that with Mercury retrograding in Cancer right now, I wouldn't be surprised that as soon as you put your head down, that list of everything you need to do keeps popping up. You know, like that's the hard part about some of the astrology that we're seeing at the moment. It's like you feeling perfectly fine, and then you put your head down, and suddenly that list pops up. It's like that. And thank you so much, Urbo, your boy Everett, for those gold coins. I appreciate you. Oh, welcome from India, Len. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Oh, thank you so much, Johnny. Good to see you today. Absolutely. And thank you for the compliment. Excellent. Yeah, you know, I think that, I mean, that's concerning, Daf. You know, in the space by which I'm not calling everyone that, you know, um, absolutely. I mean, I need to point out, David, if you think that having makeup and tattoos makes one insecure, I think that that's more the fact that you believe that anything you see is being done for your benefit. What makes you assume anything about what I choose to do is being done for the benefit of your view? I hope you find a better day, because the way that you start your day is usually what you can find there, and sending you support on that journey of healing through your insecurity. Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. All right, so we are going to get started on personal readings today, but as I mentioned, with we always start with those who have priority first. So if you have priority today, we'll be reading for you before we begin the daily collective. The first person we're reading for today is going to be Kath. Kath, I deeply appreciate your patience with this reading. Can you please let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And as I mentioned, if anybody else would like to get on I'm going to read the list. I'm going to read the list we have today before we get started, just to make sure that we're not missing anyone on the list. Absolutely. How you doing today, Oracle? Hope you're having a good one. And just bear one moment. Excellent. Good to see you, dear. All right, so the list I have right now is we've got Kath, we've got Julia, we've got Nikki, and we've got Per. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. Excellent. Appreciate that. All right. Oh, and thank you, Julia, for joining my fan club. I think you already or renewing, I imagine. So, well, I mean, that's the thing about it. Like, we understand this, alchemist. Like, that's why, like, when you're doing the work effectively, you understand that anything that you articulate on another person like that is just talking towards your own projection. You know? I mean, I see somebody in that space and it just makes me feel sad for them. Absolutely. All right, let's continue. Let's see. And Kath, are we doing a general or do you have a specific question? And before we get started with Kath's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Very close, alchemist. We got the blackbird. I got you. And I've got Kath here. We're doing a divine counterpart reading. Can I get 5 cards? 2 more, please. Oh, we got extra cards coming out. Wow. You know, the reason I'm laughing on this reading is I need to pull up your book. Like the message that keeps on coming through is like there's just one big word. There's just one big word that it's so there's 2. Okay, hold on. The words that are coming through are it's really funny. Okay, they're saying I'm a catch and unattached. I'm a catch and unattached. I'm a catch and unattached. Now, the thing I keep on seeing about this is it's there's a little bit of braggadocio is what I'm picking up around this energy. Specifically in the realms. I keep on getting they've got self-effacing self-esteem is what I keep on getting, self-effacing self-esteem, which is the fact by which like it's giving me some kind of ironic self-esteem by which they're often like they're often talking about themselves in this very overinflated way, and it's very funny because you know that they would never, it's like they know, you know that they would never talk about themselves that way is what I keep on seeing. There's a lot of irony that I might be picking up, and I have to stress this because I say this doubly so, and I got to point this out. I've got 2. I got to point this out. This is very odd. I've got 2 Page of Cups here. So I feel like there might be, I got to just stress this, this person might be a twin. Or there might be some connections to twins. Or Gemini energy. Or Gemini energy is what I'm getting. Because I'm seeing a family system here. And what's interesting about it is I feel like like I see a family system with someone who's very close to a sibling who I keep on hearing they have a they've been living vicariously. They've been living a conventional life vicariously through the sibling, is what I keep on getting. That's hilarious. Hold on, they've been living a conventional life vicariously through a sibling, is what I keep on getting. Um, which is, but and I want to point this out, but this is how the sibling's been blessing them. Because I'm seeing, the thing about it is I'm actually seeing that their sibling came into divine counterpart union very, very early in life. Like remarkably early in life. And it set the standard. Yeah. Hold on a minute. This is wild. Wait, there's a lot coming through. They came into divine union early in life, and I keep on hearing to the blessing and the curse of their sibling, because I keep on seeing it acted as an energetic shield, because they saw, right? They've seen how happy, right? They've seen how happy it is in there, is what I keep on getting, right? They've seen how happy, like I keep on getting, they had an access pass. They had an access pass into divine union, and they were like, I want some of that, is what I keep on getting. They're like, I want some of that, like I want some of that. And they've been carrying that template the whole time. They're like that or nothing. Literally, like this is somebody who like really sticks to their ideals. They might even have some Aquarian placements, because this is and it's funny because they're saying and here's the thing about it, they're going, I'm under no illusions, right? And I want to tell you, this is a type of energy who has let go of perfectly, like, relationships that were fine. I want to describe this fine. They're going fine, right? And another person going like, no, you understand, it's perfect. They're like, no, it's not perfect. It's just fine. And another person being like, what's better than fine? And he's like, I've seen the mountaintop. They're going like, I've seen the mountaintop. They're like, I've seen it. I've been there. I go over there on the weekends. Like, it's what I keep on seeing. Like they've been comparing. And but I want to point out, and you have to understand what I'm saying here, right? Typically, and I need to stress this because I know it's a caveat situation. He came here with a caveat, okay? And the reason it's a caveat is, and you have to understand, every good rule. I was going to say every. It's funny that I was trying to say every good rule, and and the word that almost came out was gold. I was like, every gold rule. So I'm like, it's got a caveat. And the caveat that we're energetically seeing there, right, is saying it's not good to compare unless the person that you're comparing is literally you, right? Unless the person that you're comparing is literally the closest approximation to the self that you can energetically get, right? And that's why it's not, and I keep on hearing that's why they're saying it's not a comparison. It's a purview. It's a preview, right? And that's the thing about it. They don't see it as comparison. They see it as preview, right? They're like, that is what I can get to with the right person, is what I keep on seeing. So I see somebody, right? And I want you to understand some of the signs of this, okay? Some of the signs you're going to see here is someone who's had, and I want you to be conscientious about this, because I can already see the fact that it might make you a little bit wary about them, okay? They've been in long-term relationship, but they haven't locked it in. They've been, okay? They've been in long-term relationships before, but they haven't locked it in. And the reason is because they recognize that a divine union is not where you work out the kinks, right? They recognize and realize that a divine union is not where you work out the kinks. It's like they had, I want you to understand that that's the one thing you have to understand about this, okay? This is not, I want you to understand, this is not somebody This is not somebody who's afraid of commitment. This is someone who considers commitment sacred. And what's hard about it is, I see the hard thing about it is sometimes it's very hard to tell the difference between someone with a commitment wound and someone who holds their commitments very sacredly. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. they've often they've often been misperceived for this reason. But I want you to understand the reason, and this is why I'm giving you the shape. Okay, this is why I'm giving you the shape of the environment around them, so that you can recognize when this is happening. Okay. This is not, and I feel like it's hard too, because I can almost see the fact that it almost feels like somebody, like that's been some kind of accusation that they've often had to contend with. But this is like, let this, like again, like this card just flew out of the deck. You know, this is not somebody who is avoiding. This is somebody who's been patiently waiting, is what I keep on seeing, right? And this is where they are, right? And this is who's around them, right? That's what I told you in relationality. You see these? Like, all right, thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be read for after we finish the daily collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Mylayo, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you for sharing the live, Rom. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Purr. Hi there, absolutely. Jay, sending you support. I hope something that you find here helps you heal today. Absolutely. And thank you, Rosario, for the follow. Really? Oh, that is bizarre. That's interesting, Jay. How you doing today, Purr? Hi there, all of me, and thank you for sharing the live, Purr. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Good afternoon, Heather. How you doing today? Thank you for those heart me's, guys. Please remember, if you're joining us on the clock app, to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your 1 card. Hi there, dear. And again, Rom, thank you for sharing the live as well. Excellent. There were blackbirds all over my yard yesterday. Oh, really? That's fascinating. Catch and unattached. Yeah. A new model. Motto. It's funny, I was trying to say motto and I got model. Yeah. We can use that too. Yeah, that's a question I wanted to ask about getting into union early as opposed to late. Double trouble. That's a high standard. Oh, thank you for also receiving this message, 282. Yeah, they let go of just fine relationships. I like his attitude. So true. No, not a twin flame, Anissa. I don't subscribe to that here. Good to know that they're unattached. Really, like, feels like this past person. No, I feel like it was. You know, and the thing about it is, I'm going to tell you, if you'd moved toward them, it would have been a cataclysm. Like, they've been trying, and I'll tell you right now, it feels like they're trying to create a tower moment with you. So just make sure it's there. Like I said, it's their tower, not yours. You're so welcome, Kath. MC, thank you for the follow. And thank you, and Theo, for those gifts. I appreciate you. How you doing today, Brian? And Elisa, hi. How you doing today? Thank you as well, dear. And thank you, Nada, for those gifts as well. Strega, get down from there. No, I don't want to hear it. No. I know what you, hold on, I gotta get Strega something before we continue. She's being a nudge. No. You, okay. Well, again, I appreciate you being clear about it. Just hold on a minute. There, you happy? Is that what you want? I know, your little spot. Okay. Sorry. I had to. That's what you wanted, right? She wanted something moved, so. Love your life straight. Yeah. Excellent. Have a good day, Duff. Oh, thank you for the compliment, One Blue. Okay, where were we? And thank you again for those gifts, Cynthia. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hi there. How you doing today, Pedro? Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person that we're reading for today is going to be Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the fourth person read for. Ooh, outside on the disco. We like it. Can I please get... And before we continue with Julia's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hair. We'll do it again after the next reading. How you doing today, Walter? I don't mind you saying. Listen, I totally understand. Listen, there's something beautiful and very scorpionic about sending me private messages and then telling me it's outside tea. I see you. I see you, Scorpio. It's inside outside tea. How you doing today, Bomba? All right. Inside outside tea with Julia. Okay. Okay, moving through some shadow work for sure. My context, I'm a Scorpio sun and Scorpio rising. Wow. Pluto in the first house, Pluto in the first house is wild with that combination. You need the Pluto, you need the Scorpio sun and rising for the Pluto in the first house. um with my, hold on a minute. With my moon and north node in conjunct Cancer in the 8th house. That's intense, man. That's an intense chart. Having having this Mercury retrograde, I kind of figured would be a hitter. I was going through so much nostalgia yesterday, as well as just looking back at every version of me from the time I was 3 years old onwards. And just crying my heart out for all those versions and not having a childhood. My Pluto, yeah, my dreams have also been very shadowy as well. I feel lonely and I don't want to invite just anyone into my life to distract. And that part that never belonged to me was outcasted, having been hurt. I pulled tarot for myself last night and asked what moving through this energy is assisting me with. And the Empress came right up. Yep. And so insight on navigating this period, you got to pay attention to where your Chiron's placed. And I'm going to pin up Julia here. Make sure to give Julia some love, please. I mean, there's a couple of things, there's a couple of messages that are coming through from your angelic related to it. Yeah, I mean, the most important message that you have to recognize is that, and I think you probably realize this, you know, There's no why me about any of this. You are some of there's some among us who choose to be here. There's some among us who choose to be here. And in the context of being a warrior, like a warrior likes to get things out of the way first, right? Like that's the thing about it. And I keep on seeing there was like a long conversation in the Akashic with your angelic trying. I literally see an angelic trying to talk you out of it. I literally, I mean, they're just showing me a situation in the Akashic that was like, I really like I literally see somebody in the Akashic being like, I really want you to think about this. And you being like, I got it. And being like, it's, and you were just like, I just want to get it all out of the way. And you were like, but you understand, I'm like, you were saying, I want to get it out of the way. And you were saying, and I keep on seeing the angelic trying to say to you, right? Like, I feel like I see the angelic trying to say to you, you're the way, you are the way. There's no getting out of the way. I'm worried you're not going to make it through. Like, I literally see the guide trying to talk some energetic sense into you. You're stubborn. You've always been this stubborn, okay? Once you make up your mind about something, there's very little that someone can say in relationality to, like, they're like, would you like the easier way? And you're like, no, is that the faster route? And they were like, yeah, but it's crazy. And you were like, I don't care. Like, you're like, they're like, no, but you don't understand. It's fast for a reason, right? Because it's not for the weak, is what I keep on seeing. You know, they were like, they really, I can see them saying, like, I really, like, it's funny too, because I just keep on seeing the guy going, hi, I'd advise against this, is what they're describing themselves as. I have to write that, hold on, I gotta write that down. There's something really important about that, because the way they're saying it, hold on, the way they're saying it is very, it's very specific. Yeah, they're going, hi, I'd advise against this, is what they're saying. But there's also something about that. There's something I need to say. Okay, hold on. There's something that was coming through on that's crazy. Hold on. I'd advise against this. Because it basically feels like the equivalent of you choosing to go down in the middle of a gauntlet. Like, that's what I keep on getting. And I feel like, and the thing about it, and I want you to understand, like, I can see the fact that you were moving through a lot of feelings around it. Because what you were feeling, I want to point out, you realize that weeping, those weren't your tears. Right? You realize that, right? Like, those weren't your tears that you were weeping. So, yeah. Thank you for confirmation. And I feel like shouldn't have been like that. Didn't have to be like that. But it was showing you the full shape, right? You can't heal something that you can't see. Right? You can't heal something. You can't heal something that you haven't seen. And I want you to understand, you were going through it and you were also diagnosing the situation. Right? You gotta write that down. You can't heal what you can't see. And that was necessary to diagnose the situation. Doesn't mean your guides wanted you to go through it. Doesn't mean that your guides wanted you to go through it at all. And I think that you recognize, right? I think that you recognize that the fact that you were feeling like that was you embodying how your guides felt in navigating the fact that they were with you. I think that those are like, that's the guides effectively trying to articulate to you that they were with you every step of those journeys, even if you couldn't energetically see them. So I want you to recognize that, like, and I feel like the important thing about that is, you know, I feel like what I'm really seeing here is in relationality, right? But you know, and I feel like the guys are trying to articulate, they wouldn't be showing you that if it wasn't behind you, right? And this is why, like, I need to point out, this is why a healthy guide, right? This is why a healthy guide sometimes has to keep distance from things. You know, this is why sometimes a healthy guide has to keep distance. But them making themselves energetically aware, right, that they were there, is effectively the amplification of them trying to energetically articulate to you. Hold on. Hold on. That was them effectively articulating to you. And I think it's really interesting because I keep on getting that. I want to just describe what I'm seeing for one guide in particular. I literally see one guide. This is very interesting. I haven't read for this before, so I've just got to walk through what I'm seeing here. You had one guide that was actually had an intermediary that was working between you and the guide. Okay, hold on. This is very specific. You had one guide that had another guide acting as an intermediary. Hold on. As you were going through this, because they knew that if they were too close to you, hold on, they could not help but interfere. And there's something in the Akashic where you dictated to them that they couldn't. That I got. That's that Empress energy. That's that Empress energy that you saw. So, bottom of the deck. That, and I want to, like, I wish I could even show you the cards right now, because I had to draw another card when I was reading this, and the other card that I've drawn, okay, I'll just show you these cards so you understand, because I know that you read too. Okay, this is you. All right, got it? Here, take a screenshot. This is you. All right, you want to see, this is the guy that acted as intermediary. Okay, take your screenshot. And way over here, okay, way over here, right? Way over here, right? There's the way over here, right? There's that guide. And look at their face. Look at their, do you see that face? Do you see that face? I love, this is one of my favorite pages of cups, because you've never seen a page of cup more perturbed in all of experience. Like, this I love this particular page of cups because they seem so, right? They seem so over it, right? Like, And I feel like this is them finally having the opportunity. It's fine. You're finally through it, which is why they feel they can finally share their feelings about it. Mm-hmm. Bottom of the deck. I feel like this is them, like, I feel like this is them trying to do their best to help you explain the situation. You know? And I want you to understand, like, I feel like a lot of that, I need to stress this, like, it doesn't feel so much like a guide apologizing, but it feels like a guide trying to help you. And I wouldn't be surprised if you were getting a lot of that, because it feels to me that something about that yesterday was helping you top. I like, it's interesting too, because the fact that I'm identifying, it's funny that I was trying to say tap and top came through, but it feels like you were getting a vision of what it felt like from the top, right? So let that act as, if anything I said here connected to what you were experiencing yesterday, let that serve as confirmation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are going to continue right now. If you're on if you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me as I read over the comments. We are also doing a giveaway today over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, Scorpio self always sends in the private, of course. How you doing today, Bomba? Chiron in the 2nd house of Sagittarius. Okay, I need to put that down too. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Chiron, like, I need to point out, like, Chiron in Sagittarius is more of the confirmation I said. It's like a Band-Aid rip moment. Like, just get it out of the way. Hard part first, right? Mm-hmm. Chiron affects how we carry our wounds. Mm-hmm. Dang it, yeah. They're like, I strongly advise against this. And there's a word that was coming to me that I don't know why, but they keep on repeating as it relates to where you're placing you or something that you had to navigate through. I'll share the word with you if you want, but the word might be triggering, is what I keep on getting. So there's something to keep in mind there. Yeah, I'm very stubborn and strong-willed. And thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. I feel like yeah, there's some guides that can't help intervening. You know? Thank you so much, Guru, for the follow. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, you said you kept switching between your guides and sort. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had to show it all to you. Exactly. Yeah, I kept seeing them surrounding me when I was a child, feeling, oh, hopeless. Sending you so much support on that journey, Julia. Yeah, genuinely it felt like that. A warrior on the battlefield, sending you so much support. The Akashic's the library that stores all of the work that we're doing here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. And sending you so much support on that journey, Julia. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you got to understand, like, the guides are, this is just to show you, like, the guides know themselves, right? And the guides recognize what they can and can't do, right? This is why the guides work through us and with us. Absolutely. And thank you, Michelle, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. All right, we're going to continue right now. How you doing today, Tito? I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. It's 3 cards for $29 for those who are non-subscribers. How you doing today, Harry? I am very aware of Joshua. Thank you. Thanks, child. Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. How you doing today? And thank you as well, thank you so much, Kathy and Ballman and Burritos. Hello, welcome. Hi there, BMZ. How are you doing today? Excellent. Welcome, Bandito. How you doing today, Ashley? I need to stress this, Ashley. You're coming in here based upon assumptions, and you're also based upon the fact that there's nothing. I need to point out Joshua practiced divination too. Go look in your Bible. Joshua is just in the Bible, constantly doing divination, constantly doing divination. How are you doing today, Gary? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Excellent. Yep, absolutely. All right, we're going to continue right now. I know it is. It has to do. It has to do with. We're getting a lot of Leo energy, which can be a little bit drying out. So making sure that you're hydrating is a good idea. Like extra hydrating right now. All right. The next person we're reading for today is Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Watson. Excellent. All right. Hello. 1 second, I must post. You got on the list last night. What do you mean? What do you mean? You got on the list last night and you're posting right now. Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're like the person who gets in line at the coffee shop and then you go to the front of the coffee, you're like, I kid. All right. Well, if you need to post, why don't we move on to the next person on the list, okay? All right, I'll give you a minute. All right, if so, the next person on the list for today is Per, who's already posted. Okay. Per standing behind Nikki going, I got my list. This is me. It's okay. We appreciate everybody here. All right, so Nikki, take the time that you need to post. Per, are we doing a general reading or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Absolutely. Excellent. Something light on the disc. Oh yeah, always something light with Per. Nothing but the lightest things for Per. Oh wait, Nikki got it up. Okay, so Per, wait, we got Nikki back. All right, 1 minute. Okay. All right, Nikki, and then we got Per. Hold on a minute. Outside tea. Excellent. Good. 1 moment. Let me just find it. Oh, I appreciate. Listen, Julia. Listen, everything I'm seeing there, it's a lot, right? But I feel like, listen, they wouldn't be showing it to you if you weren't through it. You know that, right? It doesn't make it easier. All right. Where'd you post it? Hold on a minute. Was it in Dream? I see it. I found it. Woof. Okay. All right, I got you. And we're doing a dream interpretation. So before we get started on the dream interpretation, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the raven. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. And we've got the dream coconut. Ooh, I like that one. Last night's dream was fragmented, but it followed a consistent theme. The dream started in what felt like my current house, although it changed throughout. I was my current age, and my mom, dad, and I were living there almost like roommates. We were cooking a meal together, possibly something involving potatoes, and the kitchen became very messy with dishes and cooking clutter. I remember getting frustrated that my mom wasn't helping clean up as we went. I wished she pitched in with the smaller, everyday cleanup tasks instead of letting everything pile up. And then I caught myself thinking she actually does sometimes take on huge cleanups where she handles everything at once. I remember realizing that because of that, I couldn't really be that upset that she wasn't helping with the little cleanup moments. She seemed a little annoyed that I was criticizing her, and then I remember backing off because of that realization. My dad was present, but mostly in the background. I distinctly remember him sitting on a bar stool in the kitchen, but I don't remember interacting with him much. It was more that I felt his presence. At some point, the dream shifted. My parents were gone, and it was me and my counterpart instead. The house no longer really looked like mine. I found a very large collection of old family photos and VHS tapes scattered everywhere. I knew the tapes contained old family videos and baby photos of me. Almost out of nowhere, a huge old media wall appeared opposite the mantle in my living room. The mantle was the same one that exists in my real house, but the media wall doesn't exist in real life. It looked like an old built-in entertainment center with a large TV, a VHS player underneath, and several other media ports. I remember thinking how convenient it was that I'd suddenly appeared right after I'd found the tapes. I wanted to watch the old family videos and show them to my counterpart. I put on the first tape, but it didn't work. So I remember thinking we'd just try another one. On the mantle was the same framed picture of my dad that I had in real life, except it was turned sideways. I remember immediately thinking that it should be upright. Another recurring part of the dream involved trying to organize everything I'd found. I kept looking for the right containers and storage solutions for the photos, VHS tapes, and other belongings, but it was surprisingly difficult to find a system that felt right. At one point, my mom and I were shopping for organizational items, and later I noticed a two-compartment organizer in the center of the rental car. I somehow ended up putting a similar organization into my own car, but it got in the way and I didn't really feel like it was the right solution. Overall, the dream kept returning to family, old memories, and trying to create order out of scattered belongings. Can I get 4 cards, please? So we need to start. It's it's a dream about what we learn in the context of it's a dream that working through shadow work, but it's not just shadow work, but it's working through the shadow work in terms of understanding and recognizing what you've learned through your own shadow work. Okay? And what do we see that's happening in the first aspect of the dream? It's shadow work in action, right? Because there we see that you are your current age and you see the people that you grew up with. And you're living with them as roommates, which means you have finally reached an age where you're navigating the same, you're understanding the circumstances and situations that they may have found themselves in. So this is a dream about intimacy peerage, right? So the ability to effectively understand something given the context of you reaching an age by which you yourself are currently experiencing it. And what do we see that they're doing? You see individuals trying to cook a meal together, right? And you said something involving potatoes. Now it's interesting because again, we're talking about shadow work, and potatoes are something that are grown in the ground, right? You have to go in the dirt to get a potato, right? You have to effectively work to get one. And the kitchen became very messy with dishes and cooking clutter. And you remember getting frustrated because in the dream space, your mother wasn't cleaning up as you went. But that was your assumption, right? That was you starting on the assumption in relationality to how you do things, right? And what do we see? What do we see that you do in the dream space? You move through your shadow work properly, right? Because at first, what do we see you do? You start with the incorrect assumption. You start with the incorrect assumption that says you wish that they would pitch in more, right? In the smaller everyday cleanup tasks instead of letting everything pile up, right? But then, right, and this is you doing your shadow work appropriately, you caught yourself remembering that they do clean up, right? However, they typically clean up, right? They take on big projects, right? They do everything at once. And you remembered that you realized that because of that, you couldn't be upset because you were building off of a misconception, which is the misconception that you said at first that said they never clean up, to recognizing that they clean up in a way that is different than how you yourself would energetically address a problem, right? And this is often what we recognize in the form, and this is what we often recognize in the form of receiving advice from others, right? And this is why we even identified that not everyone's advice is alike. Because when you take into consideration, I will kind of stress this, the thing that you have to understand with shadow work is this might not necessarily even be your mother that we're speaking on, but you worked through, right? A big lesson that you've potentially learned since you were small to where you've grown is, right? Before you make an incorrect assumption, pay attention to another's process, right? Because often our assumptions do not take into account the fact that there may be other processes. And that was the healing moment that you energetically had in the first part of the dream, right? Is there a difference between an inability to do something or a different process that's taking place? You then identified, and I like the fact that your father was there, and they were mostly in the background, but you distinctly remember them sitting on the bar stool in the kitchen, but you don't remember them interacting with them much. And it was more that you felt their presence, because this is what's actually happening right now, right? The reason that your father was sitting on a bar stool in the kitchen and you felt their presence, but they weren't interacting much, is because we know that they're energetically in spirit, right? And so this is how you're basically seeing, right? You're seeing your energy of your protector in spirit watching over you, learning another person's process with dealing with things, right? Like that's the work that we do in terms of dealing in real time. And it might not, again, be necessarily associated with this energy, but understanding that is the important lesson that they see that you're embodying as you're moving through circumstances or situations. Now, let's get on to the rest of the dream. You said at some point the dream shifted. Now your parents are gone, right? And you said that it's you and your counterpart, okay? You and your counterpart that are effectively working through, right? Working through, what do we see that you and your counterpart are doing? You are in a house that no longer looked like it was yours. And it's not yours because it's a relationship, the relationship that you're building with a counterpart, which would be the house that you've never known before. Okay? And what do we see in that house? We see a mantle in the living room. And a mantle is where we put the things that we're proud of. Okay? And on the mantle was the same one that exists in your real house, right? So when we understand that we learn our standards from those that we like, that is the shape of our standards that articulate what our point of pride is, okay? And you said the media wall was there, but it didn't exist in the real life, which is working through, effectively working through something that you didn't have any experience with before, right? There's another there's another aspect to relationship that needs to be contended and dealt with, and that is the media wall. Okay, the media wall. It looked like an old built-in entertainment center, right? With a large TV, a VHS player, and a lot of other media ports. And you remember thinking how convenient it was that it suddenly appeared right after you'd found these tapes. And you wanted to watch old family videos and show them to the counterpart. So you put in the first tape, but it didn't work. And you remember thinking, we just try another one. And so this is you and counterpart trying to articulate what you do in the context of different things. And so we see that the way that you potentially view media is via being able to share relics, right? This is you articulating that you believe that media's purpose and priority is to save relics, which is why you were trying to put in the first tape, right? But it wasn't working. So you remember trying, we'll just try another. And you identified that on the mantle was the same framed photo of your father that you had in real life, except it was turned sideways. And you remember thinking immediately that it should be turned upright, right? And so a lot of that as well could be working through, right? Working through the context of how we energetically see things, okay? So the observation that your ability to effectively amplify and articulate, it might be this is your you see what your guide's doing? Your guide, that is your guide, right? That's your father still there, the presence of your father that's still there, that's saying, remember, right? It might not be working because you and another person might not see it the same way, right? Change your perspective. Remember, a different perspective from what you saw in the first part of the dream space. And then you identified, right, that you had a reoccurring part of the dream that involved trying to organize everything that you'd found. And you kept looking for the right containers and storage solutions for all of these belongings. And you found it surprisingly difficult to find a system that felt right. And at one point, you identified that you and your mother were shopping for organizational items, and you later noticed a two-compartment organizer in the center. And you somehow ended up putting a similar organizer into your own car. But it got in the way, and it didn't really feel like the right solution. So, the observation, right? What you're basically working through is understanding how you and an energetic counterpart like to energetically honor things. And I would not be surprised, okay? I would not be surprised if you're having an argumentation point between the space by which you energetically want to display things, right? It's like what you want to put on the mantle versus another person that's looking more into holding on to something, right? Not energetically sharing it because it's the observation, right? And this is what the first part of the dream was articulating. We have different ways of holding things preciously, right? just as you saw in the first part of the dream, right? The misconception of the fact of saying to someone, I don't think they're cleaning, but then recognizing and saying, no, they have a different way of cleaning. They have a different perspective on the way that they clean. So too, you and another person may be having an argumentation or a disparity in terms of what it means, what one does with someone, something that one is honoring, right? And often in the space of this, sometimes, right? Sometimes it's interesting too, sometimes when we honor something, and it often happens with sign work. Some sign work, when they honor something, they want everybody to see it, right? They want to be like, woohoo, everybody, look at this, I'm honoring this, right? Others choose to hold something quietly, right? So this is what we see. You're having a hard time figuring out how to energetically organize the things that you honor. Bottom, and this is why, again, the reason that you saw, right, not making the misconception that just because another person doesn't honor the things the same way that you do doesn't mean, right, it doesn't mean they don't feel it, right? Bottom of the deck, it's just they've got a different perspective on it. They've got a different view, right? They see it in a different way. So it's allowing you to kind of take the message into the first part of the dream and bring it into the work that you may be working through in other spaces as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very and I have to point out, the dream itself is coming directly from spirit. That dream, that's a guide dream, and it's coming from this. It's coming from the spirit side, right? The presence, right? The presence that was there, not saying anything, but asking you to pay energetic attention. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. I got a bird. We've talked about this, Nikki. I think it's not just, yeah, absolutely. No, I have to say this is the reflective point. Like we often see this with shadow work. The individuals that arrive to show us, it might not be necessarily that person. Okay. Just bear with me. All right. Excellent. And thank you for being here, receiving these messages, Ashley. This is true. Yeah, this is totally about something we're trying to work on together. I would not have put this together, but this is completely accurate. You're so welcome, Nikki. I'm so glad it helped. And again, the most important thing about it, that's a spirit dream. That's somebody in spirit trying to give you that message. All right. Thank you so much, dear, for having that reading with me. And again, if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now, and if you'd like to get on the list, you will be the first person read for once we complete the daily collective, per your cards already flying out. Okay. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Excellent. All right. Oh, thank you, Nicole. Oh, you're welcome, Vaughn. I do my best here. And welcome, Corey. Absolutely. How you doing today, Mark? Welcome, South. How you doing today, Bishanat? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please correct me. Excellent. All right, Per, you're the next person we're reading for today. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if you would like a dream interpretation after the Daily Collective, now would be a really great time to get on the list for a dream interpretation because you'll have the time to be able to write out the dream. Remember, you can put that in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Hi, dear. Perfect. And before we start with Per's dream, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. I'm going to pull up Per's reading dream here. And you know what it means when we're doing a dream? I've got the dream coconut. Interesting. Okay. Well done, Sarah. But wait, Ivana, wait, you have to pick one, dude. Okay. All right. Outside tea for Per. I had a dream last night that I honestly think was erased from my memory, probably because I asked for it on some level. But I'm still really curious about what it was about. Maybe we can explore it together. I'll do my best to share everything I can still remember. I started in the waking liminal space. No idea if that's connected to the forgotten dream or not. I said to my guides, I'd really love to get to know you. Then I got the response from myself to myself, weirdly enough. But you already know us. And I answered, yeah, but I want to know you so much better. And right after I said that, I heard this really high-pitched little giggle in my left ear. Fragments of a forgotten dream. I know I was inside a building. Hold on. Yeah. I know I was inside a building, a liminal space as well. It felt big and open. I don't think I was actually saw anyone, but I remember that not that friendly entities were talking to me from the corners of the building. I have the feeling that they were saying unpleasant things because I remember feeling incredibly tense. I was genuinely scared and felt cornered like an animal, not actually in the corner. At some point, I said to my guides, this isn't the kind of stuff I signed up for. I don't like being here. I don't want to experience this anymore. The dream ended. Afterwards, I received a shadow work dream as usual after being in a special place. When I woke up this morning, my first thought was that I am such a wuss and I don't want to be. That I want to face fearful situations instead of running from them. That's why I really want to understand what was happening to me in that space, whatever it was that shook me up and scared me so much. Even if I ask for the memory to be taken away, I feel like there's probably something important for me to learn. I also believe that if I understand what it's about, I could endure the situation next time better with the additional knowledge. I can't stand keeping secrets from myself. You have to understand, okay, there are the things that we're energetically receiving. And then there are the things that we want to receive from the context of how we expect to receive them. Okay? Assumption, right? In order to meet someone, you have to let go of the assumptions of what you can energetically expect. right? And so this is where we start the conversation, because you're in the dream space, okay? And you literally say to your guides, right? You're in the dream space and you say to your guides, I'd really like to get to know you, right? And the guides respond to that, right? They say, you already know us, right? You've known us the whole time. You've known us the whole time. They're literally talking to you. I just want to point this out, Per. Do you know how many people? Do you know how many people? Do you know how many people would absolutely kill? Do you know how many people would do backflips? They would do absolute somersaults. They would do absolute somersaults if they literally said to their guides, I would really like to know you, and they just heard a voice, a disembodied voice go, you already know us. Well, when you I'm sure that there are people in this live right now with their jaw on the floor. There's probably people in the live right now with their jaw on the floor. They're going, what just happened? Excuse me? Can you please roll back the tape? Can you please roll back the per tape for a minute? Did you just tell all of us? Did you just tell all of us that you're literally having a direct conversation with your guides where they're literally just responding to your questions? Like they're not even like signing your sign, they're just straight up talking to you, right? Where you got like, I'm sitting here doing these readings, trying to have to pull out. Do you see how much work I'm doing? Do you see how much work? I got some guys here making me crank it out, slaving away. I'm out there in the kitchen here trying to get the messages from the symbols. Okay, how dare you? How dare you? I'm sitting here slaving away, trying to get messages, having to decode all of this, and you're just in there with your guides going, I'd really like, this is nice. This is nice. I'd really like to get to know you better. And your guides are going, but you already know us. They're straight up talking to you. Right? They're straight up talking to you. Because they're saying, what do you want to know? Right? You're asking the wrong question. What does that mean? I'd really like to get to know you better. What are you looking for? Right? That's a ubiquitous question to ask someone, right? Because that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean if you wanted to get to know someone better, then you'd ask them a question, right? If you wanted to get to know someone better, all you need to do is ask a question. So what are you looking for when you say, I'd like to get to know you better, right? And that's what the guides were showing you, because you heard the high-pitched giggle in your left ear, which is saying that they're energetically present. And then you found yourself. They gave you fragments of a forgotten dream, right? And I need to point this out. You said you were in a building, a liminal space as well, and it felt big and open. And you said, I don't think I actually saw anyone, but I remember that not friendly entities were talking to me from the corners of the building. Okay? I remember this dream. It's your perception that's limiting your ability to communicate with them. Okay? And it has nothing to do with your fearlessness. Your fearlessness is getting in the way of the communication because you're so worried, right? You're so worried about being brave that whenever you see someone in the dream space trying to protect you, which is what the guides do, how do you interpolate it? How do you interpolate it? Why are you standing in my way? Right? How are you interpolating the guides trying to energetically protect you? You're identifying and recognizing them as, right? You're identifying and recognizing them as unpleasant because and they're not going to come towards you if you're identifying that they're unpleasant, because the unpleasantness, right? The unpleasantness that you're energetically identifying there is what's standing in the way of them coming closer to you, right? Because if they're trying to energetically protect you, right? If they're trying to energetically protect you, but every time they come close to you, you see the protectiveness as dangerous, then they're effectively, right? Then they're keeping an energetic proximity from you. And that, right, that brings us to, right? That brings us to then, and what did you say to them? You literally, and you said you had a feeling of unpleasant things, but you felt, you remember feeling incredibly tense. And you felt very afraid, right? And you felt cornered, right? And here's the thing about it. You can't get upset. You can't get upset about your shadow work, okay? Because what you're basically seeing that's happening is the guides are showing you that every time they try to communicate to you, there's an abandonment wound in action, right? The guides were not showing you that memory. The guides weren't showing you that memory to make you feel bad that you wouldn't confront them. They're showing that the fact that you were trying to confront them was why, because they're not going to come towards you if they feel like you're going to try to fight them, right? They're not going to, right? They're not going to come towards you. They're not there to fight with you. They're there to protect you. But if they feel like that abandonment wound is arising, then they're going to stay, right? They're going to stay in a periphery to you that feels energetically comfortable. And that's why you said, and I like the fact that, and this is what's interesting about it, because I even see, like, and here's the thing about it, our shadow work slips out. What'd you say? This is not what I signed up for. I don't like being here. I don't want to experience this anymore, right? And the dream ended because the guides care about you. And again, I need to point out, do you see how well you're in communication with the guides? The minute you made a direct request, and this does not happen. This does not happen for a lot of people when it comes to their guides. The minute you said, I don't want to be here, they were like, right? They're following your energetic requests, right? And it's hard, right? And here's the thing about it, right? And here's the thing you need to let go of, right? You have to let go of the fact that you felt like and I want to point out, you came out of that dream still working through your shadow work. And what was the shadow work we saw that you were navigating in the dream space? There it is. You woke up and they left you with shadow work. And what was the shadow work? The first thing you said to yourself, what do you need to clear? You're not a wuss. You literally said, I'm a wuss. You're not a wuss. Right? You're not a wuss. There's nothing wussful about you. Right? You're like the opposite of a wuss. Okay? You're the opposite of a... You're not, the guides are like opposite of a wuss. The wuss is not the issue. The wuss is not the issue. Right? The wuss is not the issue. It's working through, right? It's working through the understanding that, you know, and here's the thing about it, our guides are a lot, right? It's a lot. And it's a space by which, and I like to point this out, a guide never wants to come towards us if they feel like we're like, if it feels like, and I want to point this out, and this is what you have to recognize, right? A guide will never blame you for carrying energetic fear, but we've noticed, right? They've noticed an energetic tendency of you trying to energetically escape, right? That's the abandonment wound, right? We've seen a tendency in your dream space that you move into flight, right? And the guides are articulating that the worry, right? They don't want you to be, they don't want to make you feel like so frightened that you flight them, right? Which is the space by which you effectively move away from something in the midst of feeling a lot of that anxiety, right? And I want to point out, even in the space by which you're working through this, right? I think I need to understand, your guides are articulating to you how energetically proud of you, right? Because I need to point out, the one thing that didn't happen in that dream, I need to point out that dream was a bit of a breakthrough, right? And you know why that dream was a bit of a breakthrough? You didn't run away, right? You just asked to leave, right? That was like, you were like, you were like, I'd like to go. And they're like, okay, that's okay, right? Because that is, right, that is them helping you understand, right? And a good guide is showing you and saying, this is the situation that we find ourselves in. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me, Darren. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. You're so welcome, dear. You don't have to feel bad. Mm-hmm. Excellent. Mm-hmm. But and here's the thing about it, the guides don't want to make you feel afraid. Like that's the last thing that the guides want to do. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean, Jackie. Mm-hmm. Telling myself in a way. Yeah, it takes a while to trust discernment. Mm-hmm. There's intention again. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Sky. And Ron, thank you for sharing the live. It's not, I mean, here's the thing about it. It's not saying to me that you need to change your perspective, but I feel like it's them trying to give you an insight into theirs. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. How are you feeling, Bridget? Oh, sweet. Yeah, don't feel bad, Per. Yeah, mine won't entertain my requests. Get kicked out. Don't assume that, right? Don't assume that. Like there's usually a reason, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it shouldn't be that intense all the time, Sky. That's a lot. If you're feeling like that all the time, then that's something that needs to be explored to make sure that you're not feeling it shouldn't feel like that every moment. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sweetheart, I hope you feel better. I'm sending you so much support and healing. Absolutely. If you want to get on the list right now, you'll be the first person we read after the Daily Collective. Jackie, I need you to be a little bit clearer with what you're saying. I'm having a very hard time in terms of interpreting what you're trying to write. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think like Nicole, we'll have to talk. We'll have to talk about why it feels like they're kicking you out. We'll get into it. Yeah. Excellent. I don't know. I feel like Yasha would find it really morbid that you're talking about their blood like that, John. That's weird. How you doing today, Matt? Welcome. I need to stress, like, John, Yahshua never said to worship Yahshua, right? And I think that they would have some very sharp things to say in the fact that you're doing or asking people to do something in their name like that. Absolutely. And I have to point out your projection in terms of this, there's only one adversarial energy in this room that isn't sharing love and compassion here. So I hope you find the healing that you seek through that fear. I truly do. Hi there, Kath. Thank you for getting on the list, dear. All right. Excellent. And thank you. I actually got good rest last night, surprisingly. Hi there, Janae. Not really. How you doing, Alexandra? Good to see you. Excellent. All right, my friends. How are you doing today, babe? So I need a moment. I got you on the list, Kathy. You're gonna be the first person we read for before we start the Daily Collective, which we're gonna be starting momentarily. I need to step away for a moment. So hold on a minute, before we get started, and then we'll get started on the Daily Collective. But just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list for the Daily Collective right now, you will be the second person read for. You will also, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private reads on my site. I will be back in just a minute and we will get started on the Daily Collective. Thank you so much. Okay, friends, thank you so much for your patience. I appreciate it. So as I mentioned, I am going to read the list for who's on the list before we get started. Just bear with me a moment. Excellent. Perfect. How you doing today, Q? Good to see you. And before we get started on today's Daily Collective, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. We'll do it again after the next reading. Excellent. How you doing today, Matt? Welcome. Excellent. And welcome, Dustin. Good to see you as well. And just a reminder to anybody who is on the hold list, if you would like to be added to the standard list, all you need to do is send me, let me know the date that you are added on the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Dawn, are you on the hold list? Happy to add you. It's 3 cards for 29 for those who are non-subscribers. Excellent. And I just need to pause the live for a moment before we begin. Excellent. Thank you guys so much for your patience. All right, perfect. And as I mentioned, we are doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're having today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure you're tapping that. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And that said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Thursday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Thursday, July 2nd, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read. We're going to be doing a masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update. We're going to be starting right now with the headspace of masculine. Can I get 3 cards for masculine, please? We'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. First 3 cards we're starting our read off today with are the 6 of Wands in its upright, the King of Cups in its reversal, and the Hermit card in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing is occurring right now with a lot of these cards? So one of the things that we want to work through right now that's very important is navigating the understanding that we had a lot of big shifts that potentially occurred, that were occurring right around the time that we had that full moon in Capricorn during Cancer season. Now, a lot of the things that we effectively recognize that can happen with an energy like that, Capricorn full moons can often bring up old wounds, right? They can bring up a lot of the feelings from the past. But what's beautiful about it is we immediately saw, as soon as we had that full moon, that Jupiter was moving into Leo, which is being able to apply new strength to old circumstances. It's being able to work into the vector of what it is that we're trying to heal. So I feel like we're seeing a lot of this right now, particularly for masculine energy that's focused upon the work of healing the self. But it's heavy, right? Because especially with this King of Cups in its reversal, in combination with the Hermit card in its reversal, this can often speak towards how difficult it can be in the realm of being able to communicate upon our needs effectively. And I want you to understand this, and I feel like there's something really important that we keep on seeing that's happening right now with masculine energy, which is the state or nature of what it means to be able to feel the framework of being vulnerable. Vulnerability is a gift. And I want you to identify that I feel like what we basically see is happening there is a lot of the work that we're identifying as it relates to erasing or eradicating this false construction of masculinity. Because you have to understand that when another person, right, when another person tries to articulate and use something about the self against the self, then in the space by which you feel like you must arrive to it, you're showing another person that you don't feel connected to it, right? And it has to do, right, like I keep on getting the formula, the artificial construction of masculinity as some kind of bar instead of a standard, right? Because what will you often see with someone who has no standards? They'll try to articulate that one is not embodying the thing that one's embodying, right? Someone will try to say to oneself like, oh, that's not very masculine of you, with the understanding of the fact that in the moment that they say that's not very masculine of you, then they're effectively identifying the fact that they are actively performing masculinity, right? And this is what we talk about in relationality to what we say about others, tell upon ourselves. Because in the state by which another person sees, like literally sees, the embodiment of masculinity, and then they articulate to another and say, that's not very masculine of you, then you immediately recognize the fact that that person is performing masculinity, right? There it is. Like they've revealed in the way that they articulate how you're moving, that they are in a performative state. Because it's the fact by which they show you the way that they energetically operate, right? Can you imagine being in a space by which instead of doing what's highest or best, you're constantly going, is it masculine? Is it masculine? Is it masculine? Is it masculine? Like it's a fear state, right? Performative masculinity is a fear state because when one is performing masculinity, one is always wary of the fact that you're going to fall out of it because you recognize that you're energetically performing it. And this is why we see that for a lot of the true masculine energy, right? And this is what we kind of get. Like, this is what we mean about like masculine energy is a journey of finding our truth because the truth that we identify with is being in the space by which nobody gets to articulate our truth for us. Why would anybody articulate a truth if we're actively living it, right? Like, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I'm too busy carving out the template. Yeah, I can't. I'm afraid I can't hear you. I can't hear you talking about how I'm not performing masculinity. I'm too busy. I'm too busy here carving a template on it. I'm too busy. I'm too busy setting a standard. I can't hear any. What was that? I can't hear anything, right? So I feel like there's something very important about that work because it's the observation of that work that allows, and I feel like it's beautiful because for a lot of the energy doing this, what we effectively see is the energy that effectively understands that they're building into the context of healing in the best way possible because they're not looking, right? They're not looking to you don't look to meet an energetic standard when you're in the process of setting it. You know, I love this for the healthy masculine energy. And again, I gotta stress, I was about to draw for feminine, and there's all these cards that came up. So I'm gonna need a minute on this because there's a lot of myth. It's gonna be a grab bag for feminine today. It's gonna be a bit of a grab bag for feminine today. It's okay. What do we have coming up right now for feminine? So I need to point out I typically only read for one deck, but for feminine, we've already got, like, here's the thing about it. I already got a Smith Waite out. Like, it slid across the table, and the Tarot of the Divine decided to show up too. You're gonna utilize the third one here. I'm feeling called to just utilize the Tarot del Fuego. Yeah, can I get one more, please? What do we got? Five of Pentacles in its upright, in combination with our Eight of Cups in its upright, in combination with our Seven of Swords in its upright. So that's some important energy that we're seeing here. And I want to point out we've got 5, 8, and 7. And 5, 8, and 7 is, I got to point this out, this is energy of feminine articulating that feminine is a haven, right? And the reason I keep on seeing this is, and this is what you often notice when it comes into, and this is what feminine understands in terms as well as it relates to femininity, right? When feminine energy understands that femininity is a sanctuary, is a haven, then the observation of being respective of it is how you can energetically claim it, right? Like, there it is. Like, that's what's so beautiful, right? It's the receptivity and the energetic, the love that we effectively feel, right? It's the capacity by which we ourselves are able to energetically articulate upon things that allow us to be able to understand how we ourselves become each other's perfect shelter, right? And it's that work that we effectively do in relationality to building into the context of that allow us to be able to do something energetically appropriately. And I feel like what's interesting about that is this is also like there's a lot of energy I'm identifying here that has to do with what it means, like the difference. But like a lot of this reading I'm coming into right now is the difference between what feels embodied versus energetically performative, right? And you'll often see this, like, and it's just like, it's actually it's a harmonic point that I'm seeing right now between the energies, which is the observation of energy, right? Never do you see somebody less connected with the self than someone that feels that they need to protect an energy, right? Because this is the shape of this has been the message, this is the wound that femininity carries. Femininity is often not wounded by others feeling oppositional to feminine energy, but often somebody being energetically selfish of it, right? This is why coveting is considered such a cardinal grievance, why it's considered so detrimental. Because the modality by which one effectively tries to claim something and articulate that you get to state the terms and conditions by which others experience it is literally the shape of cruelty in this world. Because often the journey of feminine has been wounded by those that claim to love feminine, right? And that when you understand the wounds that you carry in the shape and nature of love by which another person articulates, right? By which another person articulates that no one else can energetically possess something, right? This is feminine that says not only do you not have that in the context of a person, but you don't have it in the context of an energy, right? But you'll see that. You'll see others who try to do things, like try to articulate, will do things that will allow them to do the worst possible thing, right? All for the sake of claiming to protect something. And when you understand that the worst person you meet will try to do something deplorable while articulating that they were trying to protect something, right? It's understanding that the observation of we don't need to protect things that exist. We don't need to defend things. We need to create spaces, right? We create spaces by which they feel energetically supported and protected. We work into the context of that healing journey. We identify and articulate upon the shape of it. So I feel like there's something very energetically important there, because this is literally feminine feeling exhausted in others, feeling that they have the right or the capacity to try to articulate to another what femininity is about, right? Because femininity at its core is about reclamation. It's about the ability to reclaim something. And the ability to energetically reclaim something is the journey by which we both reclaim our own connection to self, right? A lot of the healthy feminine journey is often a reclamation journey. And the hard part about it is when one is working to reclaim, right? There'll be energy around you trying to defame, right? That's the journey that feminine often has to navigate. There you are, there's feminine energy trying to reclaim, and what's everything around the feminine energy doing that wants some kind of claim on feminine going to do? They're going to try to defame, defame, as feminines reclaiming. So this is feminine that effectively recognizes and articulates and sees those pathworks, and in the space by which they see it, they work to energetically heal through it. Now this brings us to non-binary energy. 3 cards for non-binary, please. What do we got here? We're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for non-binary. What do we got here? We've got the 6 of Pentacles in its reversal, the Knight of Cups in its reversal, and the 7 of Pentacles in its upright. So this is having to do, and I need to point out, we see a lot of, hold on, this is really important, because we see a lot of similarity that's occurring across these fields, right? Because we've got a Knight of Cups in its reversal here, in combination with a Knight of Cups in its reversal. So that's effectively amplifying or articulating upon the journey that we ourselves navigate as it relates to our own energetic feelings of things. And I want to stress this, you know, I want to point out there's something really important that I see that often has happened in the journey of a lot of the healing of the non-binary energy, right? Which is the work by which, like, the shape or nature of energetically walking away from things is the state or space by which, and you'll often see this, someone who is deep within their egoic state, right? Someone who is deeply within their egoic state is always frequently trying to force decisions, right? Like, that's the thing, that's the wild thing about someone deeply in their egoic state. They'll make decisions. They'll make decisions out of every, like, they'll make drama is in the form of decisions. They'll make decisions in places by which decisions didn't even exist, right? Like, there you are minding your business, and there's somebody like deeply in their egoic state, like trying to force like self-created decisions, right? Like, that's what somebody deeply within their egoic state does, right? Someone deeply in there, like, that's what you call a machination, right? Like when we talk about machination, right? That's all someone does in their egoic state. They're like machination, like machination. Like, it's just like, it's ridiculous in there, right? It's exhausting. You ever been around somebody who's like deeply in their ego? It's like everything. Like, it's like, what are you doing? And it's like when somebody, and that's why often with this energy, when someone tries to force, like, when someone tries to force a silly decision, you see this energy going, I gotta go. Like, I gotta go. Like, it's been nice. You guys have a great time. You know, this is, I don't know what this is, but it's something. It's something. I'll see you guys later. Like, it's like, because, like, it's like, you have to understand. And here's the thing about it. Like, that's a hard thing about it. Like, I feel like this energy, you know, constantly walking around, watching people make things more difficult than they need to be. You know? Never, never will you make, I don't understand, I've never understood it. You know? Like, the overcomplication of someone deeply in their egoic state is absolutely exhausting, right? It's like, it's just, and it's like, and I just see this energy, like, and the thing about it is like, and this is the thing, like, and the funny part about it is, for a lot of this energy, it's the overcomplication, right? It's the overcomplication that tells you everything that you need to know about something. Because that's like, that is, and I need to stress this, the gift of love that we receive is amplified by the ease, right? The gift of love that we receive is amplified by the ease, which is like the best person, right? And you'll often see this, the best person you'll ever meet is often the most complicated, but also constantly working to try to ease the complication for others, right? Because when you understand that that is the sound of love working, then it allows one to be able to do things that one has never done before. And I literally see, I feel like I see this energy, right, that has gotten very good at being able to discern, right? Being able to discern what is energetically necessary versus working through, like, the space by which we work through each other's complications in the best way possible, which is being able to help others understand and recognize what is and is not energetically important. Because the thing about it is, like, and here's the thing about it, the ego, right? The ego is constantly ringing those alarm bells, right? And our own ability, right? Our ability to kind of walk something through, sometimes we hold each other's hands as we walk through those journeys, right? Because it's the understanding, and it's that work that we do, right? The work that we do to help each other find reason is the most blessed work that we possibly can do, because it's the space by which we understand and recognize, right, what it means to identify and find that sense of purpose. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I feel like there's a lot of this energy that moves in a very purpose driven way. But you have to understand that that purpose, right? that purpose is often in the benefit of those around the self, because it's the observation of what one is effectively like. It's the gift, right? It's the gift that energetically keeps giving, right? It's something that we give to each other. And what's beautiful about that is when we feel, right, when we feel the relief of how easy it can be, right? Like that ease feels refreshing, because we understand that that's the shape of the healing, right? It's not the healing isn't found through the fear-based narrative that makes us feel the anxiety of holding a form, so much as the shape or the amplification of being able to identify and recognize, right? Like we're like everybody, like everyone is open and available to those energetic journeys. Now, continuing to get clarification, moving back towards masculine, 3 cards for the heart space of masculine. What do we got here? We're going to be utilizing for masculine right now the Tarot of the Divine in the heart space. 3 cards, please. We've got the Sun card in its reversal. We've got the Hierophant in its upright, and we've got the 7 of Swords in its upright. Now this is important because we've got a 7 of Swords that's also in the feminine space, right? And so what do we see with that 7 of Swords? So the thing we have to identify in relationality to what we're effectively seeing here is, and I want to describe what we're, and this is the Aquarian Tarot. The thing that we have to recognize is when we're energetically working through something, our ability to effectively discern or work through our own emotions, right? Like our emotions help us set those energetic standards, right? And here's the thing about it, and I like to point this out, particularly with the 6 of Wands in its upright, with that Sun card in its reversal. I like to see this because I feel like for a lot of the masculine energy that's working into this context, it's all about setting a new standard, right? And it's the hardest thing to do, right? Particularly with this King of Cups and the Hierophant, because when we're setting a new standard, it effectively requires, like, it allows us the context by which we understand, right? It's how we understand the shape or nature of the feelings that we haven't energetically addressed, right? And what's hard about that is I just keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, and I want to kind of point this out, like we kind of anticipate. I told you, Jupiter is moving into Leo, right? And here's the thing about it. Jupiter moving into Leo, coming out of Cancer. All right, the thing about it, and when I explain this, I don't know how else to explain this. I'm going to do my best, okay? The things that we avoid, we paint a circle around, okay? When you understand that, the things that we avoid, we paint a circle around. Because there you are, right? And this is how it appears. Like, this is what we talk about with shadow work. Like, there we are, like, we're minding our business, and everybody else sees us veering, right? Everybody energetically, everyone else sees us veering, right? And it's the circle, it's the circle of what we avoid that everybody else can see. Okay, it's the circle, like the circle we avoid, everybody else can see, because there's too much nothing there, right? Like, there's too much nothing there. And you've seen this, right? You've seen, like, it's like, well, that's weird. Why there's nothing there, right? And they're like, oh, okay. Like, it helps us build into a sense of energetic clarity. And the thing about it is, this is why we articulate that the work that we do on the self is the greatest gift that we can give to one another, right? Because we talk about the ability of being able to recognize our own vulnerabilities. And that doesn't mean, and I need to point this out, having vulnerability literally does not mean you have to talk about everything, right? That's oversharing. That's weird too. But it's a space by which one says, I'm not comfortable with that. I've got trauma around this. It's something I'm actively working through. The disparity, right? The disparity between articulating to another person, everything that can be found in the disparity between articulating to another person. It's nothing, right? That immediate shield we throw up versus the space by which we say to another person, it's hard to talk about, right? And here's the thing about it. We all have things that are hard to talk about. Welcome to intimacy wounds, right? Frequently our intimacy wounds are related to things that are hard to talk about. This is why we say the only way out is through. Because when we start talking about the things that are uncomfortable, something incredible occurs, right? Which is the understanding of building into energetic connection with one another, right? When I say that your ability of finding community is found in your ability to talk about something uncomfortable and realize that you're not the only person that feels that way, then you understand, and this is what we talk about our vulnerability creates beautiful doorways. Because there we are in the middle of things, struggling, and we feel that we are the only person. And there is everyone around us that's going through the same exact thing, just waiting for the opportunity for us to energetically share that journey, right? And so that's the work that we see that a lot, and it's the hardest thing to do, right? It takes a lot of effort. But even in the space by which we energetically communicate upon it, we find greater strength within it. So I just keep on saying that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's not necessarily the easiest, but it is the most important. And so I feel like it's interesting because, and I think that a lot of that is also coming via the space of active listen. Like that, like this is like literally, and this is like healthy masculine energy saying, right? Like actively listen and then energetically share, right? Because that is the sound of becoming aware. Now, for feminine energy, 3 cards for feminine, heart space. We're going to be using the Tarot del Fuego. Okay. 1, 2, 3. We've got the Hermit card in its upright, the Temperance card in its upright, and the 2 of Wands in its upright. So what we're effectively identifying for a lot of this energy that we're seeing here, and I want to point this out, these are some very intense cards in the heart space of feminine, like the Hermit card, the Temperance card, and the 2 of Wands is, and I want you to understand this because I feel like feminine energy understands it really well. There's no left out, if that makes sense, right? Because and here's the thing, it should feel like, right, when we are working into the context of energetically working through things, then we understand and recognize that when we have purpose, there's no left out. You can't be left out of your purpose. You can't be left out of your purpose, right? Like you can't be left out of your purpose. It's your purpose. You can't be left out of it. But often, right? Often those that articulate upon feeling, right? Like, and I keep on getting out of sort, out of place, right? Are often in the shape by which they're running around trying to seek, like trying to find a point of purpose. And the thing about it is, when we're looking for, like, we can't find purpose via V, the connection via V, the connection with others, only if, right, only if we feel the security and stability within ourselves, right? And what do I mean by that? And this is often, and I want to show you this because these two cards together are incredibly important, right? That Five of Pentacles with the Hermit card in its upright, right? This is often, like, this is the crown of the Hermit card, right? Like, I'm gonna point this out. You understand? This is the crown. This is the crown of the Hermit card, right? It's just it's that work, right? And this is the thing about it, right? Because when this is often, right, when we're working towards purpose, we often feel like we're energetically alone. And then we start creating the feeling of home, right? Like, that's what's so beautiful about it. That when you think about those that lack space as less of a feeling of personal vulnerability and more as a call, then one works, right? Then one works into the space of answering it. And the way we answer that is different, right? Everybody answers that in a different way. And that's why we understand what's significant and important as it relates to the shape and nature of what it is that we ourselves are working to energetically heal. Because especially, right, like especially with this Temperance card and this Two of Wands, what this effectively indicates is the observation of, effectively, and I want you to understand this, right? The observation of not taking, right? And I feel like this is what I keep on seeing. When we are moving into the profound, there's nothing energetically personal about it. But what will you often see, right? And I need to point this out. This is often what happens with feminine energy, right? There's feminine energy trying to heal. And what does feminine almost hear around them, right? Feminine energy will sit there healing and someone being like, don't you want to be more petty about that? Don't you want to be more petty about that? Don't you want to be more petty about that, right? The constant arrival point to energy that is always bringing things to feminine with the express purpose of trying to see if feminine will become petty with something, because pettiness in feminine is often articulated as entertainment to others, right? And when feminine recognizes that a healed feminine will continue to move through their experience and there will be energy around them constantly trying to provoke them with pettiness, right? When you understand that the quality and condition of feminine energy trying to heal, and then everyone around the feminine trying to create pettiness in order to create provocation points, then feminine understands that that's the shape of their energetic ascension, because it's a space or nature by which you understand that there's nothing energy delights in more, right? There's nothing that energy delights in more than seeing feminine energy being petty with feminine energy, right? It's deplorable. But when you see somebody that has a tendency of trying to create that, right? I feel like I got this, like, it's interesting because I feel like I've got this eagle energy. I've got this like eagle energy around feminine that's like yes, I see what you're doing there. Yes, you would like me to get petty right now, would you? You'd like me to take this petty somewhere for you. Oh, that's interesting. There's something very curious about that. Now, let's move back into the non-binary energy. 3 cards for non-binary. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. What do we got here? 1, 2, 3. The Devil card. The Wheel of Fortune in its reversal. and the Five of Cups in its reversal. Um, I feel like what often happens with a lot of this energy is often feeling like it's very hard being the convenient source of others' projections, right? It's very hard being the convenient source of others' projections, which is the space by which you understand that when others are working through the false construct of the self, right? When others are working through the false construct of the self, then you recognize, right? You recognize the tendency of those who effectively they love nothing more than to try to pin their projections, right? On the energy that feels most separate, right? We see this historically. It happens across everything, right? The convenience, the convenience of those who are not willing to work on their own work, that try to pin their projections on others, which is the shape or nature, especially if you're operating in a place of compassion, right? Especially if, and here's the thing about it too, especially if you recognize or notice another's tendency of being compassionate, right? This is often what happens, right? This is often the sound of you losing the most compassionate person, because an individual will try to effectively pin their pettiness on someone that they know will make the compassionate choice, which is often the quiet choice, right? The constant energetic projection of someone potentially always trying to pin their own projections onto another, recognizing and knowing the tendency of that energy being the most compassionate, right? Because it's very convenient to pin things on compassionate energy, because compassionate energy that's working on purpose, recognizing that one doesn't have the tendency of being petty, that then creates the perfect, right? The perfect, the perfect space by which one can effectively try to avoid one's work, right? And we see this historically articulated in many different spaces, right? And this is why this is actually a journey. This is understanding why it's important not to shed the ego too much. Because when we understand that when you shed the ego too much and you let anything happen to you, then you become a convenient space by which others can avoid their own healing journeys, right? Because they'll try to say, "Oh, they're healing for me," right? No, they're healing. No, that person over there is suffering. Yeah, they're suffering for me. Yeah, yeah, it's great. I know it's great. Anytime I'm angry about something, I just give it to them. No, it's cool. I don't know. I don't do. No, I don't have to fix anything. I don't have to fix anything. No, I don't have to fix anything. No, I can. No, it's really cool. I can be my worst self. No, no, check this out. It's a really cool system. I can be my worst self, and then I just give it to them, and it's all healed, right? Yeah, it's fine. I can do anything I want to them. It's fine. Yeah, because they're compassionate, right? And this is why it's important that we need to work into the space of having a healthy energetic ego, because when we have a healthy energetic ego, we're energetically proportionate, right? Because when we understand, right, when we understand that that standard is one we hold, then it's a modality or the experience by which we articulate, right? The idea that you say, "I wish I could be more compassionate," right? The space by which you say to someone, "I wish I could be more compassionate," but I've seen what compassion gets you here, right? I've seen what compassion gets you here. I've seen that journey before. I've seen that journey before. Continuing to get clarification. Continuing to get clarification. Can I please get 3 cards? Bottom of the unconscious for masculine right now. 3 cards. And we're going to be utilizing for masculine. We're going to be utilizing for masculine the Tarot del Fuego. One, two, three. We've got the Queen of Swords in its upright, the Nine of Cups in its reversal, and the Knave of Pentacles in its reversal. So what do we effectively identify that's occurring in relationality to the Queen of Swords, the Nine of Cups in its reversal, and the Knave of Pentacles? So the hard thing I see, the thing I'm noticing for a lot of the health, like the masculine energy that's working to heal, is the recognition or the observation of being able, and this is the thing I want to point out, right? It's a continuation of understanding that our ability to heal is calibrated by what we are willing to take accountability for, right? Your healing journey does not require you to be perfect. It requires you to be accountable, right? Because when one is energetically accountable, what one is effectively articulating is the recognition that there's something that one could be doing better, right? It's not just the fact of showing the work. It's the space by which one applies energy to the work, right? And when we are accountable, the gift that we give each other is the observation of saying, I recognize that this is something that I am actively working to do better at, right? Because that accountability is literally where dreams are made of, right? Anything can change. Like when you imagine, like this is what's amazing about it. There's a world, like there's a world before you at every moment. The world that you're waiting for, when you realize that the world that you're waiting for is standing at the door, waiting for you to be accountable, then you address that accountability with the sense of honor, right? Because that modality of accountability, right, is allowing the context by which we effectively can articulate to another person what we're working harder at, right? And so that is where everything energetically begins. So we see, right, we see a lot of that energy working into the vector of that accountability. But often what happens, right? What happens with those who are super accountable? They're often having to carry the burden and shape of those that refuse accountability on things, right? So that's like, this is often what happens in relationality to when we're, and this is the thing about it, it should not be so hard, right? It should not be so hard. If everybody was accountable, the world would be beautiful. And that's, but the thing is, there's always, right, when you identify as a bad actor, right? When you identify a bad actor is someone that's constantly trying not to take accountability for things, but trying to articulate that others, right? The othering, right? Oh, it's not, it's them, that, like that's all you see, right? Like when somebody's in the space, this is what we talk about with othering. It's very convenient, right? Because someone who's not taking accountability is constantly, right? They're constantly othering. Like there they are just othering all over the place. And when they're othering, it becomes exhausting because there you are and somebody's got, like, and here's the thing about it, right? There's the energy feeling satisfied, right? Because they see others doing something and failing to recognize that everyone else is doing it because they know it's the right energetic thing to do, right? And this is the hard part about it. Like when we understand that, then we allow the context by which we understand that that's what, and here's the thing about, we don't have to be perfect, right? We don't have to be perfect, but we do what we can, right? Every day, the beauty and harmony of every day knowing that you might not get that boulder up over the hill, but you pushed it a little bit further. You got it a little bit closer to where it needed to go. There are those that wait their whole life to be able to feel that way. And we have the opportunity every day rather than, and it's not easy, but that's why. If it was easy, it wouldn't be blessed. So I feel like there's something really important about that. Now, moving back towards feminine energy, bottom of the unconscious of feminine, we're going to be utilizing the tarot of the divine. Yeah. The Tower card in its upright. The Two of Cups in its upright. Oh, I got a lot of Two of Cups energy right now around feminine. And the Knight of Coins in its reversal. So there's a lot of this, there's a lot of, like, we're going to talk about these we've got a Two of Wands and we've got a Two of Cups here. So there's a lot of two energy. that I'm seeing right now, particularly and especially around the feminine energy. And the thing I keep on seeing about this is, how do I describe this best? Um, when we're working into when we're working into the state or nature of what we identify as um, energetically supportive, right? What do we identify as energetically supportive, right? And you have to understand this. When we're energetically supportive, right, never will you feel more energetically supportive in the shape or nature by which you trust another person's judgment, right? And the thing about it is, we're not perfect in our judgment. But the reason I feel like I keep on touching my head, like every time I keep on touching my head about this, it's like, and this is often what I see feminine doing, being like, okay, that was a weird choice. Can you please walk me through why you made that choice? Because this is feminine energy. Like feminine energy feels safe, right? This is feminine energy articulating that they feel safe when they're able to logically interpolate another person's headspace, right? Never does a feminine feel more safe than when they feel like they can logically interpolate another person's headspace, right? Because that's often like that's what we understand, right? And you'll know this. You'll sometimes see this with when you care about someone, right? Feminine energy will be like, oh, I care about the person. Why? Because I know how they think, not what they think, right? That's the important thing about it, right? Feminine won't say, I know what they think. They'll go, I know how they think, right? And that's where feminine finds the safety, because the safety of understanding, right? Like how another person thinks is the observation of feminine feeling energetically supported, because it's understanding, right? It doesn't, and you don't have to understand everything that's in there, but understanding the shape and nature of another person's headspace, you'll often see, like that's why you'll often see feminine like backing away from someone and being like, why are you backing away? Being like, I don't know what's going on in there. Like, I don't know what's going on. And here's the thing about it, it's not I don't know what's going on there. Working into, right, working into what's logical and reasonable, right? Like this is what you have to understand. Feminine is not impressed by strong muscles. Like they're impressed by strong logic, right? Because it's the space or nature of understanding, right? That's the energetic harmony, right? And look, I love this is why I love the tarot of the divines, right? I love the tarot of the divines choice of the Two of Cups here, because what does it show us? The meeting, right? The meeting of the minds, right? Like when we feel like we're in sublime connection, we feel like we have a meeting of the minds, and that doesn't always mean that the minds are the same. Like look at the opposites here, okay? But it's understanding, right? It's understanding the strength and the nature of working towards a shared purpose. So I feel like that's important, because that's feminine energy, right? That often, here's the thing about it, right? Feminine often feels, right? What do you often see feminine getting upset about? The fear that another person has the wrong idea, right? Like this is often the space by which feminine starts to get anxious, is when others, and this is often what happens, right? When feminine energy understands that the shape and nature of those that want to hurt feminine will persistently, right? Will persistently try to misinterpret them, right? And it's this, and sometimes you'll see feminine walking away from someone, and it's hard for feminine to explain, because it's hard for feminine to say to someone, why aren't you with that person, or why aren't you there? Because they're persistently misinterpreting, right? And the persistent misinterpretation is often the space by which feminine feels, right? And this brings us to the non-binary energy, right? When we're not in a healthy space, right? When we're not in a healthy space, and I'm going to draw for this, hold on a minute. Um, 3 cards, please, with the tarot. We already did the tarot with the Aquarian tarot. Unconscious, unconscious for a non-binary. Yeah, the 3 of Cups in its upright, the 8 of Pentacles in its upright, and oh, actually, these are all, here's the thing about it though, right? I need to stress they're all coming up in the reversal. But what's interesting about that is they all came up in its reversal. But this is what I mean about them being in their upright. And I want you to be conscientious about this. Because when we see the 3 of Pentacles with the 8 of Pentacles in its upright and the 4 of Cups in its reversal, right? This is what I meant. That often the burden of those that are always trying to find blessings, right? When you navigate the burden, when you recognize the burden of someone who's always trying to find blessings, which is energy that's always working in the service of others' reversals, right? Like that is the beauty of the most compassionate person you've ever met. They're always working in the service of others' reversals, often silently, right? Often silently. Often not in the space, right? And there's no point when you see another person, when you identify the shape and nature of another person that just delights, right? That just delights in energetic reversals, right? And this is the worst part about it. Like, and you have to understand that everybody you know that's compassionate is usually navigating something in relation to this, right? Someone who effectively tries to take advantage of another person's compassion in such a way by which they themselves, right, they're always energetically putting that additional burden there. And then they're often, and it's often the space, you'll often see this, right? Be very conscientious to who another person is perpetually blaming for things. Because sometimes that energy that another person is blaming is the energy doing everything to fix something, right? The energy doing everything perpetually to fix something, because often it's that gravitation point that happens with those that are compassionate, in those that instead of holding, right, instead of holding the compassion correctly, will try to extract as much compassion as they possibly can from anyone else in the context of understanding that they have someone compassionate beside them, right? It's the compassionate extraction that often is created by another person, right? Having someone energetically compassionate around them that then tries to articulate that they themselves, right? They're often trying to articulate that the energy that's compassionate is the source of energetic problems, instead of, while the energy that's working on healing, like while that energy is perpetually working towards solution, right? Like it's very difficult, because this is something that becomes, right? And this is why you have to understand the nature of how others perceive the responsibility of a culture is by how well one protects the vulnerable. When you understand that the nature by which we are judged is by how we work to heal, to what we do with vulnerable energy, then you recognize that that is not, there's no getting away with anything, because it's the I, and this is what we talk about with the connection to spirit. Spirit sees everything, right? And there will come a day, right? We've literally seen this across different cultures. There'll come a day where it says, what did you do with where is it? What? The vulnerability. Yeah, what'd you do with the vulnerable, what'd you do with the vulnerable energy, right? Were you energetically responsible with it? Where did you leave it? Where did you put it? Right? And so I feel like this is the journey of that, of like, this is the work that they do, because they understand that what one does with vulnerable, right, speaks more about another person than it ever has to do with you. And unfortunately, a lot of that work, right, having to have healing journeys where they have stories of saying, let me tell you what another person did with the gift of their vulnerability. Bottom of the deck on these reads, masculine energy. King of Pentacles in its reversal, right? Accountability is key. Accountability is key, particularly with this King of Pentacles. We don't need to be perfect, right? Our journey is not about being perfect. And here's the thing about it. Beautiful things change when we start to take that accountability, because your accountability is the stuff that dreams are made of, right? You want to know what the stuff that dreams are made of are? Accountability, right? Everything that you could ever imagine is on the other side of your accountability, right? Because it's that space by which you recognize that you are the force of change. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy, and this is what's hard, right? Because often, right, often when energy starts taking accountability, right, it's the space by which it encourages others, right? It often feels like a very lonely journey. It's lonely to be the only one taking accountability, but every time you're accountable, you show someone else that they can be accountable too, right? That is the sound of everything changing in the responsibility of taking that accountability. While for feminine, bottom of the deck for feminine, we're going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego, Knight of Pentacles. Oh my gosh, all the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal, right? And this is feminine. I love this because this is feminine energy that's very aware of fingers that are pointed, right? Like feminine sees a finger point, and then they just look. They look. Feminine recognizes, like when feminine recognizes that when someone's pointing a finger, it's usually a distraction, right? The healthy feminine energy going, oh, I couldn't notice. I couldn't notice that you were pointing a finger, which is articulating to look over there, right? Like look over there. It's very convenient, right? Look over there because it's the observation. Like feminine, and I have to point out, feminine never gets more offended than when feminine feels like someone does not recognize that feminine is aware, right? And that's what's so wild about it. Like when feminine energy is aware, right? Like feminine be like, I can't help but notice that you're trying to like that you're trying to distract. It's like feminine. Like that's the hard part about it. When feminine's aware, all feminine sees is distractions everywhere, right? Like, oh look, yes, no, what, huh? It's a lot of that. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, it's enervating because energy that wants to distract constantly. What do you call that? That's child energy, right? That's childish energy right there. Look how, like this is why feminine energy is exhausted. Okay, everybody going, look over there. Be like, you guys are all children. Like, all right, little, like, right? That the only energy you should be pointing at other things is little tiny energy, right? Little tiny energy. All right, let's continue right now. And for non-binary, Tarot of the Divine, Emperor. Emperor and it's upright. And the thing about it is, especially, I mean, I want to point out that I feel like for a lot of the energy that's working on a healing journey, it's having to feel right. It's often working into right. It's often working into the shape or nature of another. And this is what happens. Do you see the unhealthy circle? Do you see the unhealthy cycle versus the positive cycle where things advance and grow versus someone, right? Someone who doesn't want to take accountability. Someone who doesn't want to take accountability will try to articulate that another person is the energetic culprit of all their worst moments, right? There it is. That's what happens. Someone who doesn't want to take accountability for their actions. Pay attention to how when another person does not want to take accountability for their actions, they will externalize the culprit for all their worst moments, right? Because that's why we talk about why this is so important, because we do that in every nature. We do that in every shape. When we're not willing to heal, we're gonna try to point the finger away from ourselves and instead of recognizing or identifying. And that's not to say, right? That's not to say that in some circumstances there are extenuating circumstances. Real things happen, right? And I feel like this energy is navigating that all the time, right? They're constantly working through energy like this is the energy that constantly is able to see the energy that likes to kick someone when they're down, right? Imagine having the eyes by which you can see everyone around you who has the capacity to kick when they're down, because that's how they're constantly treated, right? They're hard eyes. It's hard eyes to be able to have to see that. But even in the space by which you see it and recognize it, you recognize that you're healed from it, right? It's a hard gaze, but that's why it's a blessed gaze, because it means that you are not the shape of the cruelty in the world. Your ability to see it means that you are moving every day against it. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, it's a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I'll never DM you, I'll never PM you, I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the ACE cards. Our next class will be held on Thursday, July 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards in the minor arcana. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we've been navigating. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Ivana. You got our highest gifter. You'll have an additional card in your reading. And thank you so much, Avatar. You came in second. So you will have you'll have a full reading of Ivana. Avatar, you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, I've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay, excellent. And thank you so much, Carolina and God, for the follows. Excellent. Oh my God, Bridget, that's so exciting. All right. And thank you, Pops, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for those hashtags, Nikki. Excellent. All right, just bear with me a moment. Excellent. And thank you so much as well, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Pops. So good to see you today. Have a good one, Per. Excellent. I know, they will be. Mm-hmm. What was happening, Nikki? Hi there. Oh, hold on a moment. Excellent. And thank you for those heart me's. Please remember, if you're joining us on the clock app, to recharge those heart me's if you'd like an animal oracle card on top of your one card. Thank you, Carolina and God, for those follows. Happy to read for you on that, Sheep. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. It's okay, Chasing. Ooh, it sounds nice, Avatar. Thank you as well, Evan. I do my best here, Avatar. And Dan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, Avatar. Absolutely. How you doing today, Bridget? I'm such a millennial. It's taking me a long time to not react when I see someone doing. I know it's hard, Avatar. It's infuriating. Absolutely. Good to see you today, Valentina. And thank you, Springer, for the follow. How you doing today, Diamond? Same, Nicole. Deeply. Excellent. All right. How you doing today? Excellent. And just a reminder to those who are joining us on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. How you doing today? Deep vibing. Accountability is key. Absolutely. And thank you so much, Deep, for those flowers. I appreciate you. You have a good day, dear. Absolutely. I appreciate that, Deep. Oh, beautiful statement. Deep over on the place where we keep the video said, people think the tarot is the telling of the future. It can give insights, but the tarot is a mirror of yourself and the question, not so much a future as life is forever changing. I love that. Beautifully stated. How you doing today, Amit? How you doing today, BC? Welcome, Todd. You have a beautiful day, Deep. Appreciate you. Excellent. And thank you so much for those gifts. Excellent. All right, we're going to get started on personal reads. The next person we're reading for today is going to be, I've got Kath. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Perfect. Hi there. So those who are asking, we do 1 card readings for those who are paid members and subscribers. So if you'd like to become a super fan, everybody who's a super fan gets a free 1 card each day. Absolutely. And while we wait for Kath's question, Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the swan. We'll do that again after the next reading. How you doing today, Eclita? Excellent. It's in the disco. I can add what you see. Yep, I got you. One moment. Let me just pull it up here. Got it. I just need to read this inside tea. Bear with me one moment. Yep, I got you, dear. This is purely coming from an angelic, really strongly. You've noticed it. Wow. Jesus. You've noticed it, right? You've noticed a disparity, right? You've noticed, I need to point out, they're saying a lot of things to you, but what are they not saying? They're not saying what they want, right? They're saying a lot of things to you, but they're not saying that what they want, right? They're articulating that they're deeply unhappy. They're articulating that they miss you. Have you noticed that they haven't said that they want to be with you? Right? Yeah, there's no transparency here, because the thing about it is, even if they were to come towards you, I told you they're trying to utilize you as the vehicle to break the relationship, right? They're looking to you. You are basically their Sabu, right? They're looking to you to be the breaking point of the relationship. And then in the space by which they come to you, they'd say, I really don't think I'm ready for a relationship, in the space by which all of this happened, right? They don't want to be in relationship at all. They don't want to be in relationship at all. And the fact that they've never once articulated to you, you've been there the whole time, right? So they keep you. I see, like, that they've articulated to you that you're not the priority, right? However, they articulate, and I feel like I wouldn't be surprised if I'm also very curious to know if this has happened before, where they've effectively been in some kind of relationship and they've moved towards you just in the space by which it's ending. Because I see somebody who identifies the fact that they have a lot of feelings, that they know that you have feelings for them, right? They're identifying the fact that there's a lot of compassion there. But the question you need to ask yourself is, have they ever shown any capacity or ability to identify that they want to prioritize you? Because I keep on seeing this too, and I want you to understand the next shape or nature they're probably going to take is saying, I just want to talk to you because I trust your judgment. They're going to try to articulate and say, if you're a friend of mine, if you're a friend of mine, we could potentially meet and talk this over, right? Because I literally see somebody that potentially is putting themselves, right, is putting them in themselves in the situation by which they know that what exists between you and them is more than friendship. But they want to break somebody with the word friend, right? They're going to try to articulate to others and say, they want to be able to have the story of walking away from somebody and being like, can you believe it? Can you believe that the situation happened where I was just trying to go see, like I was just trying to go meet with this person as a friend, and they said that I couldn't, right? So again, one of the things that you'll keep on noticing is if they keep on coming towards you and utilizing the word friend, right? Like forcing the word friend on you is your confirmation, right? If it feels like they keep on communicating to you in a weird way, and if it feels weird to you, if you're like, this feels weird, and they're forcing the word friend, it's because that is the shape of the story they're trying to energetically create, right? That is the shape of the story that they're energetically trying to create. And you can even feel the weirdness of it, right? You can already feel the energetic disparity in the fact that it feels like someone's trying to transform something that is not innocuous into something harmless. Pay attention to the sound. Pay attention to the sound of someone trying to force something, right? Not innocuous into something harmless, right? Potentially trying to even making it seem from their communication. If it feels like it's unreal, if it feels surreal, it's because it is. It's because they're trying to change, right? They're trying to effectively change that narrative to fit the space by which they see, right? I just keep on saying they see that your relationship as some kind of exit point to something that they themselves are afraid to do themselves. And I would not, and the other thing I'd say right now is if this is a situation by which this individual has had a history of not ending things, but breaking them, right? The history of not ending things, but breaking them, let that be your comprehension point. Let that be your observation. Because everything I keep on seeing here around a circumstance or situation is I literally see a situation by which they're actually in a very stable relationship, right? They have nothing to energetically complain about. They just don't feel the energetic inclination to be in something stable, right? And that's where I see somebody who's trying to create, right? They're creating, right? They're creating an environment by which they're trying to articulate that they're not doing anything wrong, right? However, with the bottom of the deck here, and this is why I said, right? Don't let them make you their tower moment. Because what they're saying to you and what's going on with another feel vastly, broadly different, right? Like I see a situation by which another person is completely aware of what they mean to you. They're completely aware of your energetic history. They're completely aware of the fact that what exists between you and them has never even entered the realm of friendship. So that's why I said the way that you can purify against this is by articulating to them, right, over and over again and saying, that we're not friends, right? You know that we're not friends. You know that we've never been friends. You know that we have, right? I keep on hearing you have to say to them, and you have to understand that if you have had like a relationship history with them, right? Even if they have not claimed it, right? Like that's the space by which I see you having to say to somebody, right? like your observation of being able to be clear to them about the nature of the relationship between you and them, right? If they deny that, then that's your confirmation. Just if you want, if you want a clarification, write down the history of your relationship to them. Say, look, this is who we are to each other, right? And see if they continue to proceed in the space by which you say to them, you know that we are not, you know that what exists between you and I is more than friendship, and you would understand the concern that another person would potentially have in you both meeting and communicating with one another. Because everything I keep on seeing here, if they truly cared about you, if they truly cared about you, if they truly wanted to be with you, they would be ending something, not trying to identify, right? They would be actually in the work of ending it, not saying to you, can I connect with you because things are rocky, right? You're the rocks, right? You're the rocks. And the fact that they're doing that is why there are rocks in the first place. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Thank you for the follow, Pizza. Hi there, Keith. Thank you for reposting. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing about it. You have to trust your instinct on this, right? If they're not making any sense, then it's because they're trying to create chaos. I feel like you have to write that down, right? If they're not making any sense, then it's because they're trying to create chaos. All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I already noticed that I'm not and will not be a priority. Exactly. And that's the thing. You have to ask yourself, if you recognize that they're not going to make you a priority, why are you communicating in the first place? Yeah, that's a key point. I already said that to myself. You want to be someone's priority. How you doing today, Mayaka? I really wonder if the counterpart is aware. I see somebody, everything I'm seeing is somebody being very aware. I told you. If it's that awareness is why someone's trying to come to you innocuously. Because I see somebody that's trying to articulate that you are just friends, and another person knows that they're gaslighting them. It's like they're watching the gaslighting in action. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I'm curious what's going on the other side. Yeah. You see, he already asked if he's just a friend, because to him it's more than that. Mm-hmm. Exactly. You see, and there you go. Oh, sending you so much support, Bridget. That's wild. Nobody makes anyone do anything, right? Nobody makes anyone do anything. Hi there, Donna. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, Bridget, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Mm-hmm. I get it. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. No, I can see, that's the thing that's so painful about it, right? It seems like somebody who recognizes the fact that you have a weakness for them, right? But I need to point this out. If they recognize that was hurting you, then and they couldn't provide you with what they know that you want from them, they would leave you alone. If they honestly cared, right? If they honestly cared and you've communicated to them the full depth of your feeling, then the kindest thing for them to do would be to leave you in peace, right? It would not be the space by which they would continue to reach out to you in terms of saying, I'm still like, right? Somebody saying, I'm still considering, right? When we care about each other, we don't say to somebody, I'm still considering whether I want to care about you. We just care. Sending you so much support as well, antisocial. You're so welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that's all you need to say. If they truly cared about you and they care and they knew the depth of feeling in terms of what it is that you aspire to have with them, then if they cared about you truly, they would leave you in peace. Right? You're so welcome, dear. Sending you so much support in that journey. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Ivana. Ivana, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Excellent. Thank you for the compliment, Natsu. I got you. Doing an Akashic. Perfect. Let's see here. 3 cards, please. And before we continue with Ivana's reading, just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next time. You'll be the next person to be read for. I've got the Animal Oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Sow. We'll do it again after the next reading. Star Baby, these are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that is Pinkston in my Lio. It's 3 cards for a gift of $29 or more for those who are non-paid members. Okay. One moment, please. And I'm going to pin up Ivana here. Guys, make sure to give Ivana some love. You know, it's interesting because I feel like I see you working to heal something that's very hard to heal. And the thing I'm identifying, you know, it's, hold on, it's gotta, so we need to talk a little bit about what I see that you're energetically working through. This is a little bit confusing. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Hold on a minute. What am I seeing here? Yeah. You know, I keep on getting the same message that's coming through, which is working into the context of understanding that when we care about each other, then we're working into the context of being each other's protectors, is what I keep on seeing. And the thing about it is, when we're working into a healthy space, we can articulate to each other what we're working to effectively protect one another from, is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting because I feel like the hard part about this is I've got some kind of energy around you that recognizes and identifies the fact that, like, it's like I see it's like it feels very much like a guide reading, and the guide reading that's coming through is basically trying to articulate that your energetic safety is their priority, right? But the problem that I'm identifying here has to do with energy that has gotten to, like, I wouldn't be surprised, like, it feels to me like I would not be surprised if you've had to navigate a lot of obsessed energy, is what I keep on getting. And the problem is with obsessed energy has absolutely no respect for boundaries, right? Like, that's the thing that's so ridiculous about those that are energetically obsessed, is they think that it's love, but it has nothing to do with love, and it has everything to do with control, right? Like, those who are energetically obsessed with things will try to articulate that they're doing it from a caring place, right? And there's absolutely no care. There's not a single iota of care. Because when you care about someone, right, then you care about their energetic comfort. When you care about someone, you care about their comfort, right? And this is the thing about the obsessed are typically obsessed with themselves, right? Because when somebody is energetically obsessed, then they're projecting that lack space, right, on everything around them, right? They'll identify and articulate, right, the most wild things, right? They'll imagine that there are things that are happening that are not. And then, right, you'll see somebody, and this is what's so crazy about the obsessed, right? Because the obsessed will then create a story, right? They'll create a story that is absolutely not true, right? Absolutely not true. And then they'll try to force that story upon you, right? Like, that is the sound, that is literally, when you see something like that, that is the most delusional person you've ever met, right? Because watch the pathwork of someone who is absolutely not only obsessed but delusional, and then they'll try to articulate something that is not happening, right? To try to effectively see if you will believe in their delusion too. And I know it sounds wild, but I need to point this out, right? And it's never going to be you. Like, I don't see any context by which you would ever do that. But I've seen you've had to be protected from that several times. And the way you'll usually tell that you have been protected through that someone several times is when somebody does not want to see you, right? When someone does not want to energetically see you clearly, And they'll say, right, they'll try to articulate and say, this is what happened, right? This is what happened. Because, and I need to point this out, some energy does not want relationship beyond another person. That's somebody who doesn't want a relationship. They're looking for a yes man, right? That's not somebody who wants a true energetic connection with someone. They want someone that will give them permission to be their absolute worst version of self, right? Like literally, just somebody looking for someone that's going to give them carte blanche permission to be their absolute version of self, because it's the feeling that they have that said, right, like, oh no, it's fine. They'll like, and somebody and I know it sounds like really twisted, but there's some people that value, like twisted energy will value relationships by saying like, oh yeah, that person, yeah, they're my favorite person. They let me get away with everything. And you have to understand that when someone says, when they let me get away with things, the reason that they articulate get away is not, right? It's get away is connected to gullibility, right? So someone who's looking for gullible energy will often create stories that are not true, often about another person, and then say to them, do you believe that story too? Right? Like you can stay in proximity to me as long as that's the energetic story that we're feeding to others. And I feel like the thing about it is the guys are articulating that they're really proud of you for spitting that type of stuff out. Right? Like it's giving me like straight up, it's giving me like straight up spit out. Right? Because you kind of saying to another person like, I'm not, that doesn't make any sense. Like I'm not gonna navigate that. I'm not gonna work through that. Like I feel like I see you. Like you have the gift of, like, remember that grain of salt? That grain of salt is a gift, right? And I feel like that's the thing. They're going, that grain of salt is a gift. Because that grain of salt is, I keep on saying, like, that grain of salt is understanding that is you being able to articulate to another in terms of saying to them, like, it says to me, the grain of salt that you give another person in terms of telling them that they're on thin ice, right? The grain of salt that you deliver to another person that says you're on thin ice, because that is you understanding, that is you understanding and recognizing that, um, I feel like I see that a lot of your energy is working into the context of balance. And it's not, I keep on getting your guide basically articulating and saying it's not easy. It's not easy to bring balance to things. But bringing balance to things is you energetically recognizing what feels normal and productive and reasonable versus what feels like a bridge too far. And I think that, again, bottom of the deck on this reading, mm-hmm, like especially with this Two of Swords in its reversal, um, the Two of Swords in its reversal speak to us, effectively speak to us upon being able to articulate to another what would be more energetically ideal. And I feel like there's something very, I feel like there's something very specific that I'm identifying in relationality to you. um like, I keep wondering, make sure that you're scrutinizing things, right? And the reason I say, like, make sure that you're energetically scrutinizing things is your ability to effectively observe upon something is the context by which something can change. Specifically because I feel like a lot of the guide work that I see here, right? Like your scrutiny on something is an energetic gift, because your ability to energetically scrutinize upon things is what, like, you're working into the context of being able to effectively help something energetically perfect, right? I'm not sure where your Virgo placements are, but I often feel like this is often what those with, right, this is often what happens with those with Virgo placements, right? Like it's like Virgos are beautiful when it comes to scrutinizing things, because when Virgos are like, and I'm not sure why they keep, yeah, like they keep on identifying that a Virgo's scrutiny is always energetically blessed, because it's a space by which another person says, right? Scrutiny is how we perfect things. And it's not the fact that those have to be perfect, but the more that we're energetically able to work through something allows us the context of being able to say that we've done our energetic due diligence, right? And I keep on hearing that due diligence is all that's energetically needed. Like I see someone being like, oh, we did the due diligence, and being like, but that's not due diligence, right? Like I keep on saying due diligence isn't about just doing something. It's staying true to the reason something requires due diligence. So make sure that you're articulating upon that. Make sure that you're helping another person understand the full shape of it, and make sure that you're understanding the context by which another person is making their own energetic decisions. Because I feel like there's something, I just keep on saying, I feel like there's something really valuable and important in helping another person see. Like, I feel like it's somebody trying to rush a process, and you saying, like, better to do something right the first time than do it. I keep on hearing, like, then doing it the wrong. It's like it's almost you having to say to someone, like, if you do it the wrong way, you have to do it a million times. But taking a, like, slowing down and doing it right the first time is going to save even more time, is what I keep on seeing. So you have to be, don't be so hard on yourself on that journey right now, but also help another person see. Like it almost feels to me like you and another person need to have a really strong conversation as to what the goals are in partnership, in relationality to what something can change, or what feels like it creates a sense or a state of harmony, right? So think about, I feel like there's something really important about that. And I feel like what I'm seeing there that feels like it's so important is making sure that you're having the space carved out so that you can bring some kind of balance to something, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it says to me, like I keep on hearing, like you're allowed to rest too, right? You should be able to rest too. Make sure that you're finding rest on your journey, because I want to stress this right now, because there's something there's something I'm seeing here about you working tirelessly, right? Like that tirelessness, like it should it shouldn't require, like it shouldn't require tireless, right? It's you having to say to somebody, like trying to find the ability to say that you're effectively striving, but also having some kind of capacity by which you can also be restive. And I think it's interesting because when we don't have the ability to prioritize proportional rest, it can create rift states, right? Like without proportional rest, that's how rift states occur. So make sure that you're working not to rift with someone by identifying and prioritizing, right? The like putting some of that time and effort together in terms of what it is that you're trying to work towards. So more, I feel like mutual rest state is needed on something. So make sure that you're prioritizing that too. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insights on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. All right, we're going to continue right now. We're going to be moving into, the list is now open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. If you're also on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you were added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. In the meantime, we are going to get started on 1-card readings for super fans and for those who are paid subscribers or paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. If you have a question you would like me to answer, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw cards for you on it. And I'll draw a card for you. And if you'd like to become a super fan, all you need to do is hit that super fan button if you're joining us on the Clock app, or become a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos. All right. And just bear with me a moment. Excellent. 1 second. One moment. Perfect. You're welcome, Ivana. Oh, that is interesting. 1 card, highest priority, please. We got the 7 of Cups in its reversal for Bridget, which is saying to me, make sure that you're prioritizing rest at this time. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with this 6 of Wands in its upright. I feel like there's something happening right now in relationality to an energetic reset. So, and make sure that you're hydrating as well. Animal Oracle. Yeah, particularly with the stag energy here. I think it's interesting because I feel like in some way, shape, or form, I feel like I know, like, it feels to me like there's something about this time that is allowing you to have a bit of a breakthrough on something. But the thing about working through breakthroughs is we and it's interesting too, because like this energy, you're deeply connected to the earth, right? And so even in the space by which I see that you're working through or feeling energetic, like working through heat, like make sure that you're doing things right now to cool yourself off, or make sure that you're bringing in a lot of cooling like a lot of cool energy is what I keep on seeing, because I feel like that's going to help. I'm also getting, it's interesting too. I'd say like right now is um, is a good, like it's saying to me like I keep on getting cool stones as well, which means like potentially move the bloodstone away from you if you had the bloodstone near you, and potentially find something that's more, finding things that feel more connected to air energy, like quartz or angelite is what I keep, or celestite is what I'm getting. If you have those, that might help as well. Thank you. Mm-hmm. You're welcome, dear. Two cards on Divine Counterpart for Avatar, please. I still see somebody like navigating an ending, and it feels very fundamental. It feels very fundamental. And everything I'm seeing here, bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Six of Wands and it's upright. Um, I literally see a situation. This is a type of person that would like go like, I want to describe it like go to any length to make something energetically right, beyond the fact that somebody articulated, right? Like somebody articulated to them that they just don't feel connected to them anymore. Like it feels to me like somebody who's working through a lot of devastation and relationality to the fact that another person is telling them that they just don't feel the same way about them, is what I keep on seeing. Kath, one card, highest priority, please. We've got the Nine of Swords and it's upright. Like I said, I feel like I need to point this out, right? Make sure another person is not, make sure another person is not identifying or articulating upon, right, like the fact, like if they're energetically hurting, they need to effectively bring that back to, like they should be bringing that back to counterpart, right? Like the space by which you're effectively helping is like, I feel like, I keep on seeing, right, when they're saying like things are rocky between us, you having to be like, well, can you describe the nature of the rocks, is what I keep on getting. I want to point out, especially if they've articulated, especially if they haven't said anything about the fact that that person has done anything wrong, right? Remember that that means that they're the source of the rockiness, right? If somebody keeps on saying to you, things are rocky between us, but they're not necessarily articulating that someone's doing something wrong to them, recognize and identify that they're the source of the rocks, right? It's very easy. It's very easy to say things are rocky. It's very convenient to say things are rocky, right? Because rocky, I keep on saying, rocky isn't a thing, right? Rocky is a feeling. Who's rocking it? You know, one card and helping them. Um, they have to. I feel like they need to talk about mutual goal setting, right? When we care about each other, like helping each other, like I say, like giving someone, like helping someone understand and giving someone the benefit of the doubt. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, particularly and especially in relationality to what feels helpful versus somebody like, yeah, helping them determine if somebody is too much in their ego about something is what I keep on seeing, right? Like there's something very important and necessary about helping someone, like helping, I feel like helping someone ascertain what's energetically going on with another person. And I keep on saying sometimes individuals are like, Sometimes the best thing you could say to somebody is like, walk me backwards so I can understand like where the disconnect may have occurred, you know? I got you, Janae. One card, highest priority. Yeah, this is more of the same. It feels, I need to point this out. Feels like somebody has been taking a long time to try to lower your standards, right? And someone trying to lower our standards, the sound of someone trying to lower standards is someone who tries to unify time to fortify a connection, right? It's very convenient, right? It's very convenient to try to come back and say, oh, after all this time, I still feel the same way, if the way that they felt wasn't appropriate in the first place. Yeah, if the way that they felt, right? Don't let somebody like energy that's romantic, right? It's very convenient for someone to, like, I keep on hearing, it's very convenient for someone to say after all this time, because it doesn't give, like, all that time is indicative of the time that they didn't work on anything, right? Like all that time, like what they try to find, what they don't let them try to build sublimity out of something tragic, which is them saying after all this time, right? And you having to say, yeah, like imagine where we would be today if you hadn't ran away, right? Because that's somebody asking, like, that's someone who hasn't articulated the fact that they want something with you so much as they miss, right? They miss that new relationship energy that they're trying to get back. Thank you so much, dear. Absolutely. Animal oracle on it. Yeah, the fire dragon. Don't let somebody try to misguide you. That passion, right? Like, don't let somebody try to get all romantic about something. Yeah. I got you, Ivana. One card from that angelic. Yeah, the Nine of Cups in its upright. The Nine of Cups in its upright speaks to me about um, working through um, or identifying what feels energetically productive, particularly in the realms of being able to identify or recognize what it is that one is trying to build or create. I feel like I just keep on seeing some kind of situation here of you finding some kind of deepened investiture of stability, like particularly with this Ten of Swords and its upright. Um, don't let your anxiety get in the way of your own progress, is what I keep on seeing, because I feel like there's sometimes it feels like um, a lot of energy trying to encourage you into a stress state, right? And sometimes recognizing energy trying to encourage us into a stress state allows us to effectively, like, the first observation of someone trying to encourage us into a stress state is being able to kind of bring our own sense of energetic balance to things. So it's almost articulating to me something about that in relationality to you being able to speak to another with like a healthy question, right? Remember, your questions are blessed because they arrest those who are trying to create a false sense of anxiety in you. Mm-hmm. I got you, Nicole. The Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. I keep on seeing, like, it's giving me a lot of the same energy in terms of being able to identify or recognize I feel like when those things happen, I want you to focus upon like holding your own energetic frequency. It's very similar to the reading that I just saw connected to Ivana, which is saying not letting it distress you, but just allowing the context by which you're able to move through it with a sense of peace. Bottom of the deck, yeah, particularly with this Page of Cups energy in its reversal. Yeah, and the Fox energy, right? It says to me, make sure that you're cataloging when it's energetically happening, and also what you were thinking at the time that they occurred. Okay? Thank you. Thank you, Kenzo, for the follow. Absolutely. Thank you for the compliment, sweet. I'm sending you so much support, Bridget. Continue to do that work, Janae. Absolutely. Esteban, one card, highest priority. Um, you're doing just fine. You need to stop being so hard on yourself, right? If you're doing everything you can, that's enough. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, when you're doing everything, the sound of you doing everything you can is going to be fortified by feeling like you're leaving some things unfinished. Okay? You have to remember that that is the sound of you striving, right? It's not about knocking, it's not about hitting everything perfectly. It's doing everything you can in the best way possible. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. Hi there, Tina. What's up? Ava, one card. Message from Soul Sister. You're not alone. They're with you every step of the way. But they're also articulating that they haven't met you because they would never leave you feeling devastated. They would never leave you in a space of devastation. They would be the one picking you up from that space. Absolutely. Yeah, again, they're articulating they would never do anything. They would never do anything behind your back but protect you. They would never do anything behind your back but protect you. Absolutely. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We've reached the conclusion of our reads today. If there's anybody who has not had a one card who would still like one, or anyone who would like a full reading, please let me know. Thank you, Tina, for watching my live for 200 minutes, and thank you for those roses. Hi there, how you doing today, Beat? Excellent. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. What? Oh, you want to get on the list, Nikki? No problem. Absolutely. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. I got you, dear. Excellent. And just a reminder to those joining us, if you are on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, you'll be the second person read for today. And while we wait for Nikki's question, I would like to remind you guys that we've got tarot class coming up. It's going to be on Thursday, April 16th at 5 p.m. PST, 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards in the minor arcana. Thank you for the compliment, Snake. Excellent. Sat, these are donation-based reads, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that is Binks in it in my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. How you doing today, Dinosaur? I got you. I mean, did I say April? July. April. Sorry, I've been on for a while. July 16th. Thank you, Rainbow. I appreciate you. One card for Julia. Julia, pay attention to someone trying to energetically shake your footing. Right? Do you have any idea how strong you are? Do you have any idea how strong you are and how far you've come? Yeah, the hind energy, right? Your vulnerability is a blessing, because I feel like you've had to go through things that would have changed others and you haven't let it change you as well. Sending you so much support on that journey. Absolutely. Excellent. And thank you, Heather, for those heart me's. I appreciate you. Tina, these one cards are for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Excellent. All right, the next person we're reading for is Nikki. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. And we've got 4 spots available today before the list will be closed. Okay. And you said this is outside tea? Absolutely. Excellent. I got you, Rainbow. 1 card on finding strength. Listen, we don't give up on love, right? We understand that love is our energetic birthright. Our ability to assess, our quality of assessing what we're receiving from another doesn't have any purview on the love that is for us. But often that journey, right? Often the journey of love is the journey of walking away from those that don't feel that they're reciprocating the love that we hope to receive from them. So I want you to remember, that isn't you giving up on love. That is you keeping your faith in it, right? This isn't you giving up. This is you continuing to find love on your journey. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. And 1 card for Gabrielle on the apartment move. Just start getting things ready now, because it feels like once it starts, it's actually gonna, like, don't let it creep up on you. Yeah, like, assume it's already happened is what I keep on saying, because it almost feels like super fast. Yeah, like it almost feels like spinningly fast. So don't wait to the last minute. Just get ahead of it as much as one can. Absolutely. All right, we're going to pause right now on the 1 card so I can do the next reading. Excellent. And we've got outside tea here for Nikki. Oh, inside tea. Hold on a minute. Okay. Oh my goodness. That was not my yawn. That was wild. Can I get 4 cards, please? Before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Oh, these cards are stuck together. Like stuck together. Okay, hold on. That's new. you. All right. The Emperor in its reversal. The Nine of Wands in its upright. The Nine of Cups in its upright. And the Judgment card in its upright. So I feel like what I'm seeing here is working through, and I want you to understand. It feels to me like something I'm identifying is working through, navigating a period of very different circumstances, right? Like I see somebody right now, like I definitely see somebody that's being articulate about the fact that they are completely, the best way I like to describe this is somebody who is completely out of spoons. So I don't know if you know, I don't know if you've heard of spoon theory before, but spoon theory, spoon theory, and this is often, I like to bring up spoon theory, especially when it comes to working with empaths, because this happens with empaths a lot. Because you have to understand that those who are empathic, it's not just the fact that when somebody tells an empath their energetic problems, it's the empath is not just hearing, it's not, it's like, this is why empaths have a hard time sitting through when another person is talking about something bad that's happening to them, because it's very different for an empath to be in a room because they can't sit and be a non-bystander in the space of talking through another person's hurt, right? And it takes, and this is why you find a lot of empaths that get really drained very easily, because there's somebody, right, talking something out, and there's the person that's like, there's the empathic energy that is re-experiencing it, right? Like it's not like, there's like, empaths can't listen because literally as someone's articulating to them something that they've gone through, it's like now they're going through it too. And so this can be very hard for those who are deeply empathic, because it's not, and you'll often notice this, it's not the fact that someone who's empathic doesn't want to be compassionate, but it's the observation that sometimes if the empath doesn't have the capacity to sit with it, it can feel, right? It can create the space by which the empath is actually getting drained from it, right? And it's not something that everybody does intentionally, but and this is what's hard about it with those that are empaths. And when you're smart about it, like when you recognize that you don't hold it against others, that they don't realize that everybody's not feeling like that. I often get very stressed out when I see empaths being like, everyone's attacking me. I'm like, everyone is not attacking you, right? It's not that everyone's attacking you, but you're very, very sensitive to inadvertently taking on the weight that others don't feel, right? Others don't feel because their shields are there, and there you are unshielded, and everybody's articulating things to you, and they don't recognize the fact that you're re-experiencing it. And that's why you'll notice that those who are like in a connection with empaths will often say to somebody, do you have the bandwidth to hear something right now? Are you available? Are you emotionally available? Right? And a lot of it, and one of the things that helps with it is when you understand, right? Like when you understand that someone has a hypersensitivity to energy, then if you're going to articulate or work something heavy with them, then the best way to do it is saying, do you have the bandwidth, right? Do you have the energetic bandwidth right now to work through something? And also recognizing that if another person says, honestly, no, right? Then that is also the empath doing their due diligence in not saying that they are and they're not. Because I see somebody, I'm not sure what they're going through right now, but it feels like they're getting, like this energy right now, it's working a number on them, is what I keep on. And it's not even, and it's also the fact that I see someone energetically exhausted. I feel like this is difficult though, because this is where I find you right now, right? This is where I find you right now, because this is also hard, because I see that you are also hype, like you're also in the, you also experience this too. However, you're experiencing it in relationality to feeling the shadow work of being energetically re-triggered by someone that used to say this, because, right, someone who used to say this because they were a basically, like, literally, I see somebody like like lead, like the sound of somebody that used to try to use your sensitivity against you, right? Like the observation or the work that I see that you've had to navigate in past experiences or unhealthy relationship cycles, by which another person potentially used your hypersensitivity against you, right? Like I literally see some kind of situation here wherein another person like potentially said to you everything was fine, right? And then got upset at you and said, well, if you cared, you would have pried. Now I want you to understand this. It's not our job to pry. There's nothing more toxic than prying, than when another person says everything's fine, right? Healthy relationships don't require us to pry open the lid on things. Healthy relationships don't require us to pry open the lid on things, because that often creates the space by which we often feel, right? Like this is you healing from traumatizing situations by which another person tried to tell you everything was fine, and then you only came to realize after everything was not. So your ability to communicate that to another, right? The hard part about it is I see you and them potentially going through very difficult healing journeys, because I see you having to learn how to trust the process in relationality to when they say, I'm okay, I'm still here, I'm just exhausted, right? They're not just saying that to you. They actually mean it. And meanwhile, they need to understand that you carry a lot of trauma in somebody trying to articulate to you that everything was fine when it clearly wasn't, right? That everything was fine, only to find out later, right? The hurt of someone passive aggressive, right? And this is where we get the trauma of, this is why passive aggressive is so toxic, right? Because passive aggressiveness encourages us to be uncaring of each other's boundaries. So you having to say, I'm healing from energy that lacked boundaries, that forced me to push in order to find out what was really happening. So you being able to articulate that to another person is how you can effectively fortify against it, which is you having to say, like, look, I've been put in situations where I've been blamed, not because I didn't do the right thing, but because another person created the structure by which the only way I could have done the right thing was if I violated a boundary, right? So you saying to them, I'm healing from situations with unhealthy people that made me feel that the only way I could do a good thing is if I violated a boundary. So I want to take you at your word, but you have to understand that I carry a lot of trauma here. And then being able to articulate to you, right, the assurance that they're never going to be passive aggressive to you. That when they're communicating that they're fine, they will immediately tell you, like they're not just saying that to push you off, but they're saying that because they need to energetically reassure you that they're not doing that to you. Bottom of the deck on this reading, this energy right now could be very difficult for that, because I told you it's a Capricorn full moon. Old wounds show back up. So saying to somebody, right, I can see you're upset. Is that upset directed to me? And then being like, no, be like, I'm going to trust you on that, because that's healthy, right? If you tell me, right, when we care about each other, the way we have to heal, right, the hardest thing to heal is the reassurance of saying, right, I'm confident that you tell me if there was something wrong, right? Because that is the healthy song. I'm confident you would tell me if something was wrong, which is a space that allows us to feel energetically reassured even if someone is in a state of quietude. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got 3 spots available before that list will be closed. 3 cards for 29 or more for those who are non-subscribers. And for those who are subscribers, it's 4 cards for 23. Just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Make sure that you're still looking around because it feels like that Nine of Pentacles feels like it needs like it says to me like it almost feels like how much is it going to take to fix it, right? Like that's what I keep on getting. Yep. You're so welcome, Rainbow. Lisa, 1 card for July. Productive. I feel like I see a lot of things moving forward this month for you. Interestingly, everybody else is on break. I see you cranking away at something, like utilizing, it feels almost like working vacation, right? This feels like beautiful energy for you. Ruby, I need you to repost it, please. I have a shirt that says, I have no spoons left, only knives. I love that. I just experienced this last night, but definitely wanted to be there for that person. And I like to point this out. When we're in a healthy space, another person will understand that. Yeah. I even just bought a self-help book. Yeah. Oh, beautifully stated, Nikki. Yeah, sending you support on that. Yeah, exactly. So that's you having to heal from the energy that said everything was fine when it wasn't. I got you, Janae. Hi there, Tanvi. How are you? Welcome from India. Hi there, Kylie. Womp, I'm not sure what you mean by traditional. But if you'd like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for 29 for those who are non-paid members. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for confirming, Womp. Yeah, it hurts an empath because it's almost like you're feeling. Yeah, you have to. You're not just listening. You're re-experiencing everything another person's telling you. We don't put enough credit into understanding why it's so hard in that way. The Hallmark card writes itself. So, sorry. Um. What? EJ, what does that even mean? What does that mean? Like, what are you trying to cleanse with Yahshua's name? What is happening here that requires cleansing? I don't understand. Okay. And are the caps all that necessary? Hi, dear. Thank you. How you doing today, dear? Just bear with me a minute. Okay. Excellent. A post in the disco. Thank you, Janae. I appreciate that. I got you, Grace. 1 second. I got you, Janae. Ruby, 1 sec. 1 card for Ruby. I mean, I see somebody who's trying to work to get their affairs in order. Like I see somebody who doesn't feel like they're good with for anybody. They will not enter a relationship if they feel like they're a burden. But they also have to kind of get out of the idea that they need to be in perpetual provider mindset, you know? Like I feel like you have to kind of say to somebody like I'm not looking I'm perfectly fine with taking care of myself. You know? Like it feels a little bit like someone like they need to get out of some kind of provider mentality. Yeah, I just had this wound as well. It's so hard to fall back into what if it's not fine. But I need to point out if it's a healthy space, it will be, right? Like if somebody's saying it's fine and it's not, that's not your healing. That's theirs. One please highest for it's my. Yeah, and it's the same thing, making sure that another person is not just articulating but building like fine like what is healthy is tangible, right? Not just the space by which another person articulates words, but shows, right? When we're in alignment, our words match our actions. Animal oracle, yeah, particularly with the water dragon, right? Being able to have productive conversations on what needs to change in order to go forward, and then being able to see the consistent results of those actions. Absolutely. All right, I got you, Janae. Next person we're reading for is Janae. Let me just pull you up here. Did you post, Janae? Just let me know if and where you posted. Yeah, we're doing one cards right now as we wait for Janae's reading. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Okay. General. No, you don't have to apologize. I see it. Is this inside tea or outside tea? I got you. All right, we're pausing on the 1 cards right now as we read this. Out. Perfect. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. We'll do that again after the next reading. Cameron, I think you're in the wrong room. There's no space by which I won't stop caring about the world. What kind of energy would do something like that? What type of energy would ask you to stop caring about the world? All right. Where were we? All right. All right, where were we? How can I best navigate my current work situation while honoring my intuition? Okay. My intuition continues to tell me that I need to move in a certain direction. My heart wants to finish what I'm doing. At the same time, I have new opportunities around me, and I'm working to effectively build into those as well. Given all of this, what is the wisest and most aligned path forward? How can I navigate the situation with integrity, protect my peace, and create financial security, and know when the timing is truly right to transition? Beautifully stated. So again, just a reminder, we never look to the tarot to make our decisions for us. But can I please get 4 cards on advice for Janae in terms of how best to navigate the path going forward in relationality to manifestation goals? You know what it sounds like, and I want to be kind of conscientious on this. Sounds like boss problems, right? You know that, right? You think being a leader is easy? Right? We don't lead. A good leader doesn't lead for a good leader doesn't lead for the songs they sing. Right? It takes grit, you know? It's sometimes it's like I need to point out, like I think that, and I think you have to understand, like I see this here, right? Like you know that a lot of that energy you're feeling is because energy identifies the fact that you've got leadership potential. And I wish I could say that there was an environment by which I wish I could say that there was an environment by which like energetic like leaders have it easy. Like if it was easy to be a leader, right? If it was easy to be a leader, everyone would do it, right? And that's the thing about it. Like, you know, and you often see this, like leaders talk about this all the time. They say it's not easy. And others are going, oh, right. Me like that. That's what, like exactly what you described, like, right? Like there it is, right? Because it's this space by which you're constantly having to navigate. What do leaders constantly have to navigate, right? The energy of I could do better. There it is, right? That's what that's what leaders have to experience constantly, perpetually. I could do better. Who do you think you're? I think you're better. I could do better. I could do better. I could do better. Right? A bunch of energy that articulates that is able to articulate all the ways they can do better. And it's really funny, right? Because what are their hands doing? What are their hands doing? Where are their hands as they're muttering? Where are their hands as they're muttering about how they could do better? What are their hands doing? That's what your guides are asking you, right? What are their hands doing? It doesn't go away. You just get energetically inured to it. And here's the thing about it. It's okay if you don't like it, then that's okay too. Because you're basically experiencing the environment that you would have to navigate being a leader in a person in a specific space. And the best thing about it, you have to understand, a healthy environment protects the leadership energy, right? A healthy environment protects the leadership energy, which is the quality and condition by which they articulate, right? They're energetically supportive upon that because they recognize and identify how difficult that can often feel or be. So that's the first thing you have to understand. What you're experiencing right now is the aura of leadership potential. And it's not easy, right? Especially it's not for everybody, and that's okay too, right? But that is the shape or the feeling of what it would effectively feel like there. So now you know that, okay? And I want you to kind of, and every time you feel that, I want you to keep on hearing, like that's the song of leadership potential. And unfortunately, the song of leadership potential often sounds like boo. Boo. Like the song of leadership potential often sounds like boo. Why are you boo? Can't please everybody. Can't please everybody. Now, in relationality to, in terms of your intuition, right? We never want you to be in a space by which you're not following your intuition. But but you have to understand, you have to take what your whole intuition's saying, right? And you already articulated, right? You'll know, right? You'll know when it's time, right? Identify the good, right? The way that the guides, like the way the guides are saying it is understanding, right? Balance the good that you can do in a space versus what you are energetically receiving, right? And I keep on hearing the good should be supported, which is like when you're working into good, right? The observation of others that are able to identify the fact that they recognize that you're bringing good into a place, that's your qualifier. If there's a space by which you are literally working towards good, And remember how I said a good and healthy environment is supportive of leaders working towards good, right? If it feels like the environment is one that they're not supporting your work towards the best possible outcome, that's your sign that it's potentially, you can take that good somewhere else. And I'm going to warn you though, as soon as you go, that place is going to collapse. That place is ravenous, is going to collapse in on itself. Because if it's a space by which you are literally the force of good and nobody's being supportive of you as you do that work and you walk away, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised on what you see that happens in the wake of your departure. Is what I keep on seeing. Um, that said, bottom of the deck on this, yeah, the Knight of Wands, right? I think it's really interesting because I've got a guide around you on this. And I keep on seeing it does feel like something you're doing, the amount of pushback you're getting is disproportionate. It is like you're seeing the full shape of what needs to be healed, right? And your ability to basically articulate upon that experience. I want to stress, and I need to point this out because I think that this is really important. Remember how before I started this reading, there was an energy that entered over on the place where we keep the videos? I want to read to you. I'm going to read to you the full shape of what they were saying because it's inclusive in this reading. Okay? This is what they were saying to me that I only gave you an iota of, but now I'm going to give you the full context. And I think it's going to help you feel fortified in terms of what you yourself are pushing up against. Okay? They wrote to me, you need to live in a peace with your own self first and forget the world. Stop making commitment and actions. Forget the world. You need to sleep without being worried about sticking to your words. This is what this energy was saying, okay? And then they said, okay, they tried to articulate, they basically said that they were educating me, right? They were trying to educate me that I care too much. That is what you're up against, right? I feel like I would not be surprised if you're in an environment where where it is supposed to be, right? The force of amplification should be on the care of others and another person trying to articulate to you and say, why do you care so much, right? Just be in this for us, right? Just be in this for what we can get out of it. Never do you see the sickness than being in a space that's supposed to be focused on the care of others, but you see the self-interest, right? Caring places should not be encouraging self-interest. Caring places should not be encouraging self-interest, which is if somebody, and this is your sign, right? You wanted a sign, the guides were giving it in the form of that individual who I proceeded to block, right? Because I even said to them, I said, what kind of energy would try to encourage me not to care about the world, right? Because especially and particularly, if you're in a space by which the important feature should be in creating something that is beneficial, and another person is perpetually trying to tell you you're doing something wrong because you're not doing something from a self-interested place enough, that should be your symbol that it's time to effectively go. Because it's that observation, right? That is the understanding of the fact that you're in a place that is too sick to heal, right? Because that is the interest of the energy that is interested overtaking things. And in the observation, but I'm telling you right now, in the observation that you depart, don't be surprised if it all falls apart. If in the observation when you depart, don't be surprised if it all falls apart, and don't be surprised by what you hear somebody say, you were the one holding it all together, right? You're the one holding it all together. But also, if you're holding it all together, energy should be appreciative of that fact. You should not feel unsupported in that energetic environment if that's what's occurring. thing, and in relationality to, and I feel like again, in relationality to the personal, tandem. Do it in tandem. You can walk and chew gum. That's what the crane says, right? Right? One, like, you can do both, right? And that way, when again you are creating the perfect circumstances. You doing both is you being able to create the perfect circumstances and being able to choose the good path. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as it was reading. Yeah, that boo part. Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely. Yeah, they're truly in competition. But that's the thing about it. It should not, you, if it should, if they, like, if they're trying to see competition where competition doesn't exist, that's their insecurity being reflective. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, how do I reveal? I don't know how to reveal a community gift. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. I'm like, you're asking me to do something. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Where is it? You guys tell me where to click and I'll see if I can reveal it. Okay. I'm not sure where to find it. You got to be more specific. Okay. Yeah, she has made it out for me. It shouldn't be that way, Janae. I got to tell you. Yeah, I understand, dear. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Absolutely. And thank you for the follow, Huzzy. Thank you, dear. Yeah, let that be confirmation. Bridget, did you get on the list? I was told yesterday. You were told yesterday you care too much and you need to find something else. What? That's bonkers. Who would say that? That's bonkers. Wow. I was told I must not be. Oh my God. Who would, somebody said that to you? They gave me chills. You say they say I care too much is wild. Wow, that's wild. Oh, I'm sending you so much support, Janae. Yeah, you're so welcome, dear. I'm sending you so much support. I got you, Bridget. And Black Shield, thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh. Um, Black Shield, send me, please, listen, go to my messages. Go to my messages and please send the information in my private messages and I'll post it on our Disco. Sending you so much support in finding them. Absolutely. No, go ahead. Please go ahead and send me all the information and relationality to it, and I'll be sure to pass it through our collective as well. Absolutely. Thank you for the compliment, Monica. Ugh. All right, let's get to it. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Bridget. Guys, send healing vibes to Bridget today. Excellent. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private reads on my site. All right, before we continue with Bridget's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wolf. Do that again after the next reading. All right. Outside T, I'd love to pull 2 cards on the current energy and where I find myself within it, and 2 cards on my counterpart where they are energetically and how they're navigating the same energy. Yep. How'd you get there? Sorry. Strig is in a really funny place right now. Yeah. we'll do the 50K. Okay, well let's do the 50. We'll do the 50K after this reading. I want to get. Um, and thank you guys so much for helping me get to the 50K. Yeah, Bridget. um. Mhm. Oh, oh my god. Could you guys be any cuter? Could you guys be any cuter? So keep on seeing. I'm sorry. Um, okay. How do I explain this? Um, so the thing you have to recognize right now is I told you we've had a very significant energetic shift that occurred. And a lot of that energy that I'm seeing, um, I feel like you have to recognize that when you're deeply connected to um, the environment itself can have a very deep connection to you. And I'm seeing even now the fact that you are energetically feeling. I keep on getting, like, not to turn this into a medical reading, but like rest and hydration right now is going to be very advisable. Like lots of hydration and a lot of cool energy is what I keep on seeing here, specifically and particularly. Um, this is gonna seem like, how do I explain this? Um, I want you also to make sure that um, I need to figure out how to explain this best. Um, I want to put it this way. Um, Sometimes when we speak for the trees, we can feel what the trees are feeling, right? And I think that what I'm seeing here is that you have a connection to the environment that can sometimes feel, right? Like it's you being able to effectively understand the disturbance and the force and the space by which, energetically, by which you identified that there was something weird occurring. You have to understand that a lot of that energy that we're potentially experiencing right now, I told you there were a lot of shifts that happened all at once. It can be, um, it can be disorienting to natural like processes as well. Because the thing you have to recognize in relationality to that is, like I said, we had the moon cycle, but then we also had Jupiter that moved into Leo at the same time that Mercury is now pulling in back into Cancer in retrograde. So it can feel very much disorienting, is the best way I can describe it. It's disorienting energy. Recognize that this is you in the process of getting your bearings through it. Now, what's wild about it is I see your counterpart experiencing it in much the same way. But the thing I keep on seeing, I don't know why I'm getting the message that your counterpart is drying out, but in a good way, is what I keep on seeing. You know, there's something I'm identifying there. Um, I don't know why. I feel like somebody, I keep on getting somebody who got carried away in something, right? It's not saying to me, it's so much natural. It seems like it's more created, is what I keep on getting, right? There's something about this that it feels more like it's self-created in the space by which they're like working through. Like I feel like I see a situation by which they're working through a lot of feelings by which they would effectively typically turn to something, and they're choosing not to turn to it, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck, yeah, it feels a lot like a breakthrough in here, right? And I feel like your breakthrough, right? Your breakthrough is understanding and recognizing that something you're experiencing is something external, right? Like I see you being like, this is energetically connected to something outside of the self. So you're getting better at being able to discern between the difference between something that you're feeling versus something environmental. They're getting better at recognizing their own internal processes, right? They're catching themselves. They're catching themselves before they move into some type of spiral energy that I'm seeing. Because there's something I'm identifying there that feels like it speaks towards, um, it feels like it speaks towards their own ability to be able to articulate and recognize what that energetic work is, right? So I think it's interesting because I see one person, like I see them making some really deep commitments to themselves in terms of not, like, I keep wondering, in terms of not turning to some kind of vice again. And them not turning to a vice is feeling disorienting, but in the best way possible. And I see you feeling something environmental in terms of like identifying or feeling something and being like, why do I feel like this all of a sudden? Because, right, it's you feeling the environmental space of the energy around you drying out, right? Environmentally drying out, but then another person actually drying out is what I keep on getting, right? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. It should get, I feel like you'll know that this is happening if you feel perfectly fine tomorrow, is what I keep on getting, right? If it comes in and it disappears just as suddenly, that's going to be your confirmation. Yeah. And like I said, extra hydration and cool environments. Mm-hmm. And Muse, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. Absolutely. Excellent. You're so welcome, dear. Excellent. All right, so we've got a couple of things to do. First, I would like to, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for, but also if there's anyone who has not had a one card pulled yet, who would like their one card, just go ahead and let me know in the comments. If you'd like to become a super fan, you're also welcome to receive a one card. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get a free one card if you become a paid member. How you doing today, Jason? So Jace, there's no need to be able to make an exception here. We do a free one card. We do a free collective each day. So if you just go back in the video, you'll be able to find the full reading for those who can't necessarily afford a reading. I also point out the reason we articulate these as donations is that for those that can't afford a reading, that often the guides like to utilize those who can to help others receive the messages that are necessary. So I hope that that helps in relationality to something that you're receiving here. If you feel like you need a reading but don't necessarily have the funds necessary, the funds aren't conditional in terms of finding a reading here. And I also, again, if you become a paid member, I'm happy to draw a card for you. I hope that helps, dear, and sending you support on your journey. Thank you for the compliment, Lily. Excellent. You're so welcome, dear. Highest priority for Nikki. Wait, Nikki, I thought I read your card for you. Highest priority for Nikki, please. Yeah, again, make sure that you're not bringing old fights to the present, right? Being able to articulate to another person why something energetically triggered you, especially as it relates to having to navigate through old trauma. Animal oracle card, again, the air dragon, right? Helping another person being able to see, right? The shape and nature of our triggers helps us to effectively avoid them or find solutions in terms of identifying when we're feeling energetically triggered. Minnie, one card, highest priority for this weekend, please. Make sure to take some time for yourself, right? Self-care is key. Bottom of the deck, you deserve rest too, right? Make sure that you're articulating to another if you're going to need like a little bit of time away. Yeah, like foresight is key, right? Just get things done so that you can be able to like fully invest in rest effectively. Yeah, as one card was your higher self wants you to focus on right now. Recognizing what's an internal struggle versus an external struggle, right? What is and is not your business, and not letting someone else pull you into their business. You know what I mean? Like, especially in the space of saying, like, make sure that you identify someone, like, not saying, like, yeah, not someone conflating, like, you think I'm right, like, tell me, like, somebody saying, like, do you think I'm right in doing something? And being like, the only person that knows what's right to do is you, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, we don't look for external validation to do what we know that we must, right? And if you're doing that, that's also that another person must appreciate it too. Like, avoiding, I don't know why I keep on hearing like something about like you agree with me, right? And being like you having to say to someone, right? Like, it's not about agreeing. It's about making sure that you feel like confident in your choices, right? So if you're doing that work, they should be doing that work as well. Absolutely. You're so welcome, dear. I got you, creative, one card. Um, Make sure that you're taking some time, like having some rest and relaxation time with someone, you know, especially with this bot. Yeah, the high priestess and its reversal has been coming up a lot. Like being able to talk to somebody in relationality to what you're working through, but also like it's saying to me, it's like it's a good time to have like energetic check-ins, be like, hey, I haven't heard from you in a minute, how you doing? Yeah, particularly with the bear energy, right? Healthy energy recognizes and identifies, like, healthy energy doesn't take it personally when they see us working on our bandwidth, right? But your ability to effectively articulate and identify that is how you can effectively heal something better, right? I got you, creative. Okay, Yaz, you got on the list. I got you. And the list is now closed. So if anybody would like to get on the list is closed. You'll be able to get on the list for tomorrow. And the next person we're reading for today is Yaz. Yaz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Got it. Excellent. I got you, dear. And let me see. Oh, I got it. 1 second. You said you're posting it now, Yaz? Perfect. Okay. If you need another minute, Yaz, I can also move on to creatives reading. Just let me know. Mm-hmm. While we wait for Yaz's question, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? Perfect. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the ram. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. And just pulling up Yaz's question. Outside tea. I'd like to do an Akashic reading, please. You've mentioned a lot has been happening with me in the Akashic as of late. Learning something sooner that I was meant to. Something's being rewritten. More insights on what's changing with me now. Got you. Mm-hmm. Mm. I feel like I see some kind of circumstance or situation by which you've put your foot down on something. Like in a big way. And the thing about it is, and I want to kind of describe, I think it has something to do with you working through some kind of anxiety or some kind of over concern about what other people say about things, is what I keep on getting. These are some really big cards here. Like this is a queen of swords with an empress, right? And so often when I see cards like this, it says that you're doing that fundamental work of getting over people pleasing. You know? Like this is like this is saying to, like, this is just saying to me, like this 6 of wands and its reversal is someone being like, aren't you worried about people are going to say? And you just being like, no, like you saying to somebody, like, I know what they talk about, right? Like you being like, I don't care what they say. Like I literally see somebody like, don't you care what they have to, like, what they're going to say? Be like, no, I've heard what they talk about. Like you being like, aren't you worried what they're going to, no, I've heard what they talk about. Like it's like literally, I just keep on seeing you kind of like, and I feel like it has something to do with the observation, right? Who has time to talk about people? You know? Who's got time to talk about people when there's so much to be done? Is what I keep on getting. And so I feel like there is something here that I feel is somewhat bittersweet, because I do feel like it's like, and I want to describe this. Sometimes when I'm reading into somebody, it says that you're walking away from things, but you're walking away from things in the best way possible, right? Because walking away from things in the best way possible is recognizing like what feels energetically concerning versus feeling energetically concerned for someone, right? It's like looking at someone being like, are you okay in the best way? Because it's the observation of you. Like the guides are basically saying that something that happened here. It's like, I want to describe, like, especially in relationality to energy like this. Like this is often, and I want you to kind of understand this, right? This also talks about the fact that when we're in good environments, we're energetically respective. We're energetically respective of each other's boundaries, which is the state or nature by which we understand, right? Like I feel like there's something bittersweet here in terms of you having to work into the context of, and I feel like it's interesting too, because I feel like your healing is connected to another person, right? And something about that healing connected to another person is understanding that when we give ourselves permission to be firm on something, right? We give everyone else permission to do so too. Like this is what we mean about like all it takes is one, which is like, it's like when we say all we take is one, it's because confidence is energetically contagious, right? And when another person says, like when another person articulates or says something is energetically outrageous, that it allows the context by which something can be done in a better way. And so I feel like I see you doing a lot of work in that capacity, in relationality, to being able to articulate upon how one feels, but not just the space by which you're articulating how you feel. I feel like I see you being very protective of energy in the best way possible, which is not allowing someone to come between you and another person with some of their, like, I keep on getting like with some of their energetic pettiness or something of that nature, you know? And I feel like this is why I'm identifying that there's something in your Akashic that feels like it was in the process of being rewritten. Because especially with this justice card in the reversal, the best way I can describe it is that there's some things that sometimes we move towards things and sometimes we surpass expectations. And so in the state by which you've effectively energetically surpassed expectations, like I have to describe, like that's one of the highest things that you can do when you're working into the context of the Akashic, because it articulates upon, right? It articulates upon the fact that you energetically accomplish something much sooner that you yourself anticipated you would prior to effectively returning here, is what I keep on seeing. Because it allows the space by which new things are energetically possible. But what's also important about some of that possibility that I'm energetically seeing there is that it feels to me like there's a little bit of this, like this would be a really good time for you to be writing down what those manifestation goals are, because I feel like even in the space by which you're doing so, this is you defining and articulating what that purpose is. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. This High Priestess does not want to leave the bottom of the deck. And I like to see, here's the thing about it. You've heard what I say. I don't mind seeing a High Priestess in its reversal, right? Because a High Priestess in its reversal identifies and articulates what we are and are not comfortable energetically putting up with, is what I keep on getting, right? And there's something about, like, I like to stress this, the High Priestess in its reversal is articulates that it's not like our peace is peaceful when it's a choice, right? Like, peace is peaceful when it's a choice to be peaceful, because if it's not a choice to be peaceful, that's complacent, right? And so I feel like there's something about that energetically, where you yourself, like, I feel like this is you yourself having observed, addressed, or made some kind of energetic decision in relationality to, I keep on saying in relationality, not only to working through something, but it almost feels to me like you being like, I've seen everything I need. Like, I've seen what I need to see, right? I've seen what I need to see as it relates to a circumstance or situation in order to decide, like, how one chooses to effectively, and I want to point this out, this was also in your Akashic, right? Because the ability to effectively build an assessment upon something helps us be able to ascertain the best way to effectively work to heal it or address it. So I feel like that's what I meant in relationality to you not only working through something here, but having the effective ability to be able to not only identify what your responsibility is, but what like the burden that another person is trying to energetically place upon you. I feel like this is you, like the word that's coming through is is astute, and I feel like I want to write that down. Hold on, where's your book? It almost feels to me like there might be a new guide coming towards you, is what I'm getting, right? It feels to me like not only are you moving into the space of the Akashic, but I feel like there's a new guide potentially ready to introduce themselves to you, specifically and particularly because I feel like it's helping you, like I keep on seeing, I feel like it's almost like it's identifying to me like somebody who, it's hard to, it's weird to say that our guides like are excited to meet us, but I sometimes read that when it comes to new guides, because guides often come towards us when they feel like we're energetically ready, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like there's something about that by which I'm identifying a guide that's potentially was hoping, right, was hoping that you would have some kind of breakthrough so that they could energetically work with you, specifically and particularly in the realms of you having the confidence in the self to trust your own energetic choices and intuition. You have been feeling that shift in that team. Okay, thank you for confirming what I was seeing there. Okay, good. Excellent. And thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yaz. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you'll have first priority, which means you will be able to be read for before we start the daily collective. Yeah, I know, not a lot of frogs today. Absolutely. I do feel like I've been working on really shedding my concern for other people's perspectives. But here's the thing about it, in the best way possible, which is being able to hear them, but being able to heed them, right? It's not just hearing, but being able to heed what's necessary. Confidence is contagious. Yeah. I've been surprised myself with how detached I've become. Absolutely. Yes, I've assessed the situation to a point of understanding the best way to navigate. Have a good day. Have a good day, Nikki. Yeah, I've frankly been feeling a shift. Absolutely. They're excited. Um, I was getting, here's the thing about it. I was getting a strong energy around it, but I want to wait. I want to wait. I need to do a little bit more digging because there's a couple of words that are coming through on it. And I also like, here's the thing, when I see a guide like that, I'm kind of waiting for them to be ready to have their introduction to you, if that makes sense. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Creative. Creative, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Hi there, Monster. The list is closed today, but if you want to become a paid member, we're still doing one card readings for those who are paid members or for those who are super fam on the clock app. Have a good day, Mohammed. Trying to process some experiences I had. Got it. Interested in their thoughts on it. Okay, before we continue right now, I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. When we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fire dragon. We'll do that again after the next reading. Yes. So I'm going to just come out and say it. It feels to me like you found somebody's slip up. I mean, that's what I'm seeing in these cards. And I want to point out, like, typically when we do, like, I need to stress, like, in a perfect world, when we mess something up, like, we just take energetic accountability for the fact that there was, like, some kind of mess up there, is what I keep on seeing. Um, but it also feels to me like, here's the thing with this, like, justice card and all of these things, like, I don't know, it feels like somebody who forgot to do something, you know? And like, when somebody forgets to do something, like, they'll require others to do weird things in order to accommodate for the fact, like, that they energetic, like, in the fact that they effectively for, like, it feels like somebody trying to get for more time to do something, or trying to get, like, it feels like somebody trying who needs more time to do something that they forgot to do, which is why I'm identifying, like, it's interesting too, because a part of me is like, what does that have to do with you to a certain extent? But it feels like, it almost feels like someone trying to get ahead of some kind of slip up. So, and I can see the fact, like, I can see the fact that it feels like some kind of weird energy here. Um, and something I'm identifying in relationality to that is like all I keep on identifying is, how do I describe this? Um, it's, hold on a minute. Oh, that's so wild. Hold on. This is interesting. Okay, so I'm going to just walk you through what I'm seeing here. I see a situation. Okay, I'm just going to walk you through what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a situation by which somebody did something that was completely completely energetically inappropriate, right? And then I see a situation by which another person let them off easy, right? This is wild, whatever I'm seeing here. Like, I see some kind of situation where someone did something that was energetically egregious. And then, and I want you to understand, this is often the shape of outrageous energy, okay? Like, this is something outrageous energy will do, right? Outrageous energy will do something energetically outrageous, right? So they'll do something completely egregious. And then another person will let them off easy, right? They'll be like, look, like we're just gonna try to like move away from this and allow for something to be fine. And then the egregious energy, and this is why you can't do that, because the outrageous energy is still outrageous, right? Like that outrageous energy, it's like they didn't stop being outrageous, you just condone them being outrageous, right? It's like you condone them doing something outrageous because there was nothing that occurred for them to, for in their outrageousness, so they get more outrageous, right? They get more outrageous, and they do something that's even that it's like doubling down on the outrage in relationality to potentially articulating, like, I literally see somebody that did something egregious and they're trying to articulate that they themselves are the energetic victim of something, right? Because I keep on hearing the outrageous energy does not change, they just get more outrageous to effectively try to like qualify on the distraction point, right? It feels like circus energy. Like it feels like I'm just seeing somebody being like, I can't believe they would do something like that. But that's the thing about it. They're outrageous, right? Like, it's giving me the type of energy. You have to understand, like, when energy doesn't have anything to lose, right? When energy, you have to recognize the sound of someone who has nothing, there's nothing, right? You have to recognize the sound of someone that has nothing to lose in being absolutely outrageous. And I feel like this is what effectively happened. Like, someone did not realize, it's like someone didn't realize that they were giving some kind of freewheeling out, like they gave some kind of outrageous energy free reign to put their effective story on something because they didn't energetically address it, is what I'm getting, right? It's giving me a lot of like the hand, like the hand that feeds that gets bitten back on, right? It's giving a lot of the hand that feeds that gets bitten back on, which is like no good deed goes unpunished kind of energy. So now I don't know what's happening here, but it feels like now the tea's gonna come up. Right now the tea, here comes the tea. Right now it's like literally now it feels like some kind of energetic tea party, right? Now it feels like awful, like, and that's what I keep on, and so basically I want to express, like, if it feels like there's something confusing here, this is basically the shape I'm getting on it to help it, and I hope this makes, and you seem to be, so that the shape of about it, I literally see a situation by which someone tries to say we should have done something more about it, right? Like someone trying to articulate to another in relationality to what was energetically achievable. But I keep on saying not just what was energetically achievable, but I literally see someone like having to go through the process of explaining like the whole the whole thing to another, right? And what's interesting about it is it almost feels to me, it's like it almost feels to me like somebody trying to explain the audacity, right? And it almost feels like double audacity, right? It almost feels like I keep on getting somebody kind of working through a situation by which they're trying to say, like, we were trying to give someone, like, it almost feels to me like someone trying to say, like, we were trying to give someone the opportunity to be able to effectively move through something. But instead, it's like trying to give someone the ability to move through something peacefully, but instead they decided to salt the earth. And it's not, I keep wondering, it's not even their salt. It's not even their salt, right? Like, that's a wild thing about it. Like, it feels like somebody, it just feels like, it feels like something that's being articulated that is now required. It's like, it's almost like, it's like somebody like, it's like, it almost feels like somebody who doesn't realize like their own, just like their own, like, desire to be punished, if that is what I keep on getting, right? Because it's saying to me, like, it's almost like the observation of another person doing something specifically and only for the purpose of exposure. Because I keep on hearing something that says there's nothing, right? When one, like, there's nothing, there's no bad. I feel like I keep on seeing like outrageous energy trying to articulate that there's no such thing as bad exposure, which is what's encouraging them to be more outrageous. Because it feels to me like almost a type of energy that doesn't care whether what the exposure they're receiving is positive or negative, especially if it feels like it just puts a coin in their pocket, is what I'm getting. Like, that's the full message that I'm basically seeing around something. And I feel like that's like what another person is potentially going to try to convey around the situation or circumstance. It feels somewhat confusing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today is closed. Being on the list for tomorrow, and you'll be the first person read for. You also have first priority, which means we read for before we start the daily collective. Yeah, thank you for confirming, dear. The positive thing is, I feel like it doesn't feel like it's going to affect you, right? I feel like it's more kind of like, make sure, I keep on hearing, like, make sure that you take time to hear all sides before you form a decision, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Absolutely. Excellent. Hi there, how you doing today, Kishan? One moment. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Ripner. I do my best. I need to point out the cards are no different than your Bible. If you ever open your Bible to get inspiration, you're practicing divination. You're practicing bibliomancy. There's not much difference between what we're doing here and what you're doing if you open that book for inspiration. Yeah. How you doing today, Nan? Incredibly perceptive, Ethan. What's your point? How you doing, dear? Absolutely. I do my best here, Rip. How you doing today, Deborah? Excellent. You have a beautiful evening, Bridget. Yes, we have to do the 50K. All right. So we're going to do the 50K giveaway. I'm going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and, let's see here, 1 and 30. First person I see that posts that number will get a free reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Oh, I see it. Congratulations, Melissa, you got it. Thank you so much for being here and participating. Excellent, my friends. How you doing today, Melvin? I hope you guys are having a beautiful evening. So I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, so 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. If you became a super fan today or a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel, introduce yourself to the collective. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow. You can also find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be on Thursday, July 16th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. I got you, Alexandra. What's your question, dear? You have a great rest of the week, dear. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Ripner. Excellent. One card, highest priority. Make sure that you're taking time to make plans, is what I'm seeing. Don't be too hasty, right? Don't be too hasty in making immediate plans. I feel like not everything is potentially as it seems as it relates to a decision that was reached. I feel like there's something about that decision that I'm identifying, Animal Oracle. Yeah, particularly with the swan energy. It says to me you weren't passed over for something. It feels like somebody's creating something special for you. Excellent. I got you. One card, Angelic, for Melissa, please. I know you're feeling stressed right now. Everything's fine. I know. It's the energy right now. Like, don't let the energy mess with your headspace. Animal Oracle, yeah, the bear energy, right? Yeah, like it feels to me like it says to me like something about this energy can make us feel more intense or carrying worry. Like just kind of work to dispel it as you kind of continue to build with a sense of purpose, is what I keep on seeing. Just fortify, fortify, fortify. Excellent. You stay safe as well, Melvin. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to each and every one of you who help to keep this channel in the condition that it's in. I deeply appreciate each and every one of you. This collective, I believe, has some of the most incredible energy, and I deeply appreciate each and every one of you. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take